Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this first full day of the third Academic Policymaker Conference on EU Cohesion Policy. We've got a tremendous program ahead with some 60 papers and 4 parallel sessions in the course of today. But this first session is essentially trying to set the context for the discussions that we have ahead of us. My name is John Bachtler. I'm a Director of the European Policies Research Centre at the Universities of Strathclyde and Delft. And for this first session, we have a very distinguished and knowledgeable panel whom I'm delighted to welcome. We have Elisa Ferreira, Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms from the European Commission, who I'm sure feels very at home in this session as a former academic herself and a long record in national and parliamentary politics in Portugal and at European level. We have Natasha Tramišak, Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds of the Republic of Croatia. And can I take this opportunity, Minister, to thank you and your colleagues for hosting this conference in Zagreb. Again, the Minister has a very interesting record of working at the grassroots in terms of the development of projects and managing EU funds, and now, of course, at national level with the responsibility for cohesion policy in Croatia. The Minister will have to leave us for a high-level meeting in the course of this session, but I'm very pleased that our State Secretary, who welcomed us last night, Šime Erlić, will be staying on stage. We have Emil Boc, President of the COTER Commission of the Committee of the Regions. Again, a distinguished background as former Prime Minister of Romania and Mayor of Cluj-Napoca in the west of Romania, the second largest city, again, which has an excellent record for innovation and entrepreneurship in the use of European funds. And last but not least, we have Alessandro Fagian, Professor of Applied Politics at the Gran Sasso Science Institute in L'Aquila in Italy. As you might have seen from the bio, ranked as one of the top 20 regional scientists worldwide, and a long history of working on regional issues, not just in Europe, but also in North America. So, an excellent panel of speakers to get us going. We are, as I say, quite tight for time, so without further ado, let me invite our first speaker, the Commissioner for Cohesion Reforms, Elisa Ferreira. Commissioner, welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Bachtler, and it's really a pleasure for me to participate in this event. Special word to dear Minister Tramišak, dear Natasha, President of COTER, dear President Boc, all of you, dear colleagues and researchers. What I'd like to share with you is, in fact, in the last few years, they have been a turning point for cohesion policy. 20 years hence, when people are writing the history of cohesion policy, I think sometimes that this will be seen as a key moment, together with other periods like the 1989 reform and the foundation of the modern policy. The direction we set in the coming years will influence the policy for many years to come. In the next few minutes, I will outline some of the challenges and changes that I perceive as being important to frame the discussion, as we just mentioned, Professor, and what we are doing to address them. And I'll try to finish with some questions on which I would like to listen to you, and I would really love to have more research, more thinking. In fact, the challenges we face, and they can be roughly categorized as trying to manage crises and at the same time shaping transformations. Crises, of course, have included, after the financial crisis and sovereign debt crisis, more recently the COVID pandemic, and then the Russian aggression in Ukraine. While transformations include the long-term challenges, the core of cohesion policy, the challenges of tackling the economic stagnation of regions stuck in development traps, as well as ensuring that all regions make a success of our green and digital transition and of long demographic changes. So it is this kind of dual approach that we have got to address. And we have got a lot of information to make us organize and try to find answers when we take account of the conclusions of the eighth cohesion report just published in February. For the health of our European Union, we must navigate all the crises and all the transformations while in fact fostering convergent development and leaving, as we usually say, no place behind. As we learn from geography of discontent, if places are left behind, they become bleeding wounds in our democracies. And as Europeans, one of our key values is that everyone and every place counts, and that everyone should be able to contribute and benefit from our shared common prosperity. As you also know, these last years, the cohesion policy has, in spite of all these long-term challenges, we have adapted very, very rapidly to face all the territorial challenges. For example, the speedy preparation and adoption of what we call the CRE, so the reaction to COVID crisis and all the disruption of the economic and labor market, and care packages designed respectively to tackle the economic and the health impacts of COVID, CRE, and the recent refugee crisis with, we called it CARE, shows our collective commitment. And here I would like to include and to pay tribute to the cooperation of the European Parliament Regi Committee and the Council, together, of course, with a lot of support from the Committee of the Regions, to adapting cohesion policy to the needs of the regions in the face of this crisis. Similarly, the Just Transition Fund was set up to help mining regions and other carbon-dependent regions to cushion the socio-economic impacts of transition to carbon neutrality. Again, a sign of our commitment to addressing territorial challenges, specific challenges. And this must remain our first and key objective in cohesion policy, to reinforce convergence among European regions and their structural resilience to be able to weather the challenges. Some of these challenges, such as development traps, are long-standing. Other challenges are new, but in each case, we want to understand the mechanisms to identify the drivers of disparities and the new opportunities to remove obstacles and bottlenecks to development, and to put the right tools into the hands of our regions so that they can build a prosperous future. We have identified, in fact, I think, our purpose, the why and the what of cohesion policy. However, the major challenge we face is how to do it, how to achieve. Given the diversity of situations across Europe, as well as the diversity of external shocks and impacts, some of them we cannot anticipate, how to act in the most effective manner. To succeed, we need a wide-ranging discussion where nothing is taboo and every point is fed by facts and evidence. In other words, we need researchers and we need people with practical experience. So where can you help? Let me offer some suggestions. First, we need to reposition cohesion policy as a central piece of European growth model. Cohesion as an enabler of both equity and efficiency. History has proven that trading one for the other is economically ineffective and socially sometimes explosive. How can we better support the right equilibrium in the transition to the future economy, ensuring simultaneously that this is done on the grounds of a green and digital transition, ensuring that this is done in the right way? Does this require a greater focus in terms of our priorities and objectives on the basis of our geographical scope? How to reconcile our common European level objectives with the need for territorial differentiation and place-based policies? How do we cope with crisis while maintaining a focus on long-term transformation, which is the key strength of the policy? In other words, how to ensure the right balance between flexibility, reactivity, and the policy's long-term structural orientation? And what is the role of traditional cohesion instruments, so these instruments that we are managing, these funds and other instruments, versus all the other horizontal policies and instruments that we developed at the European, national level? How can we ensure that their often space blindness does not hamper the effort to foster a convergent development? Second, we need to deepen the policy's roots in an understanding of geography and understanding of the place. Of course, territory matters, multi-level governance matters, especially when we consider the structural drivers of long-term disparities. We still need better and territorially tailored analysis of these disparities, as there is no one-size-fits-all. Why do some regions prosper and others decline? And how can we reverse this trend for those in decline or in stagnation? In particular, what can we do for peripheral regions, those structurally lagging behind, and those that, as we noticed in the 8th Cohesion Report, that are stuck in the middle income trap? How can they make the most of the new opportunities of the green and digital transition? For example, the opportunity for rural and ultra-peripheral regions to become powerhouses of renewable energy, the opportunities from digitalization and remote working modes to new forms of tourism. How can we make them work for all regions? What institutional and systemic changes will be required? My third point is the institutional and operational aspects of successfully delivering this multidisciplinarity policy across the many regions of Europe. How can we address structural bottlenecks in member states with low administrative performance? Shall we make support more tied to reforms? What kind of reforms? At what level? How can we better invest in the growth enablers? How can we better invest in people throughout their lives to equip them with the right skills? What is the institutional and the quality of the institutions that can deliver this? How to improve the principle of partnership, making the most of new participative delivery methods? How to better ensure, evaluate, and communicate what the policy delivers or can deliver? How can we ensure the additional principles unlocking additional public and private investments? How can we further streamline and simplify the delivery of the policy so that beneficiaries find it user-friendly, while at the same time keep the focus on the policy, keep measuring and evaluating and being accountable for what is being done and accountable for its progress and impact along the delivery of the projects? Well, I'm kind of sharing with you all sorts of questions. As you can see, questions is what we have, and much research is needed because all these questions will define the policy in the decades to come. To contribute to this reflection, we decided, and I personally am very engaged in setting up a high-level group on the future of cohesion policy. That will be the core, but I want to listen to a lot of contributions. It should start this reflection, its work at the beginning of 2023, collecting evidence and expertise with a view to come up with recommendations on the policy by early 2024. But we'll need the commitment and engagement of the wider cohesion community, as we may call it, and beyond. We need the academic community, but we also need the policy practitioners. So I welcome the presence here today of representatives of national and regional entities. You are the closest to the realities and of the needs on the ground. Your ideas, recommendations, solutions are absolutely needed. Your contribution will be used to feed the reflection on the future design of the policy. I urge you to get involved in this process and indeed in the broader process of collecting evidence on the impact and design of the policy. These are my questions to you, and this is my invitation to you. Now, I would love to hear your thoughts and your insights, and I would love to keep this dialogue going. So I count on you. Thank you very much for what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that inspiring opening of our plenary and of our conference, setting out not just the challenges, but also some key questions for the future. Let's go then straight on now from the European to the national level. And can I give the floor to Natasha Tramiszak, the Minister of Regional Development and EU Funds from Croatia. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bachton. Thank you, Commissioner Ferreira, dear Elisa, for joining us and for sharing your thoughts on what may be the most challenging period of the cohesion policy so far. Thank you also for being a strong voice of cohesion at the Commission. Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear everyone, dear participants at this conference, please accept my apology for not being there in person with you, since you are in Zagreb, but I have to be at the Parliament today. So this is the reason that I'm joining you online through these channels. Let me just say what a tremendous pleasure it is for Zagreb to be an organizing of this event, to be an organizer for these next 2 days. As we all know, different unprecedented events have occurred in the last 2 years, leaving no one impartial, and those new developments, just like COVID crisis, had an impact on cohesion policy in its short-term as well as long-term goals. Cohesion policy is primarily a development tool, and it should be kept as such. This is something that we in Croatia know and now feel for this last almost 10 years of being a member country of the Union. It is therefore perhaps no better time than today to discuss the current and future of these policy challenges and opportunities, when it seems that the challenges have never been more complex and yet opportunities never greater. But challenges we face today are inevitably changing our future. The green and digital transition are underway, and yet so much more has to be done and discussed for us to be certain that no one is left behind. As we all know, the climate challenges are rising, and the world is rapidly changing, so we all need to adapt. The past 2 years were indeed crucial in terms of many global changes, showing us the real strength of cohesion policy. And we've shown the flexibility of such. First, of course, the pandemic that has caused an unprecedented human health economic crisis with devastating long-lasting effects on large number of different areas across the EU. And then the war in Ukraine continued with a significant refugee crisis, but also even further economical disbalances. We all know that different national and regional capacities to deal with negative consequences are greatly different between the member states. and between different regions. So now we have a fear that it could eventually result in asymmetric recovery and lead to increased regional disparities. So this can happen, and the risk of increased disparities puts also a bigger burden on cohesion policy than ever before. Not all of our needs can be solved throughout the cohesion policy and its funding, but it can be truly a game changer. At the same time, the main focus of the cohesion policy for the next period, 21-27, is providing a strong support to EU's long-term recovery and resilience, focusing, of course, on green and digital transition, which by any cost should not be delayed or put aside. We should keep it as our main target and as our main goal in the decade to come. Therefore, the Republic of Croatia directed most of the funds in the green and digital transition by encouraging investments in sectors that are stimulating growth and contributing to the green and digital transition. AIM is recognized both in partnership agreement and cohesion policy programs. And thanks also to all different levels of Commission, especially to Ms. Ferreira and her team, that Croatia now has and approved the main program of the cohesion funds, our operational program Cohesion, Competitiveness and Cohesion. So we are now at the beginning of preparing ourselves for the usage of this new program. Investments will be made in adopting the cohesion principles with special emphasis on areas covered, of course, by research and innovation, energy transition, but also focused on development of skills and competencies, digital skills, smart specialization, and industrial transition to make these processes complete. But also regarding the need to develop the infrastructure in Croatia, the investments will be implemented in accordance with the donor significant norm to the environment, especially environmental infrastructure in sustainable modes of transport, promotion of multimodality, development of transport connectivity, completion of TNT network, and further development on maritime affairs and connections. Improvement of public services, especially in terms of digital transformation of society, and all of those investments, we must address all aspects of the climate crisis, including pollution, decline of biodiversity, waste, and emissions. So in shortly, these are the basics of our new program. The cohesion policy funds are crucial for all mentioned, and it is clear that there is a need for a speedy deployment of cohesion policy funds. Last month also, the Commission set new measures to allow member states to redirect unspent cohesion funds toward SMEs and households coping with the rising energy crisis and rising energy bills. But the cohesion policy is and should remain the most important solidarity and investment EU policy. And as you all know, now it has 30 years of history proving its indispensable role. We see its significance in Croatia and how it benefited greatly since becoming the member state. When we speak now about the usage of the cohesion policy funds in Croatia, we are now at almost 78% of all the allocation already paid to our beneficiaries for completing the projects and the project activities. But being committed to reduce disparities between the levels of development and aiming to achieve the convergence, the cohesion is mainly channeled to less developed regions in all member states. And Croatia now will benefit by the end of 2023 with the reach on impact on the Croatian GDP around 5%. So the proof is there. Cohesion policy works and delivers significant results. It is expected that this new perspective will have even bigger positive impact on the regions across the EU. We cannot wait for results to be seen. It is already necessary to join forces to ensure the strong cohesion policy in the future by implementation of the new projects and the achievements that should start very soon. But still, we are afraid of growing perception of the cohesion policy as a crisis mechanism, as well as the new instruments and new models. As we all know, the Commission now has a new tool. It's called a Recovery and Resilience Facility. But in terms of recovery and resilience, this is a new tool. In terms of facing the development, the reforms, and it's yet too soon to have a full picture of its advantages and disadvantages. So therefore, we need to work all together to share our ideas and experience. I believe that this conference is a great start, especially since we will be able to hear the opinions of all relevant policy stakeholders. The new fresh ideas based on long tradition and experience are needed. We have to look in the future of development of EU's regions and where we want them to be. Having in mind that all regions, cities, municipalities benefit from the cohesion, it would be a great loss for everyone if we would lose it along the way. And as you already may know, Croatia has developed in this new programming period some new tools to help the less developed regions in Croatia, to help the islands, to help the cities, and to help the regions. Hope this conference will give us a clear vision for long-term objectives. Thank you all for participating, especially you from the communities, from the ministries, and also from the academic sector as experts that are looking at the cohesion for so many years now and probably can give us more clear vision and more answers. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Minister, for giving us that perspective from Croatia, both looking back at the achievements and the role of cohesion policy in the first full programming period for the country in the most difficult circumstances, but also highlighting some of the interesting and very innovative approaches to programming in the forthcoming period. So thank you again. One of the defining features of cohesion policy, of course, is its multi-level governance character and its place-based focus, and which has already been touched on by our previous two speakers. But we're delighted that we're joined by Emil Bock, President of the COTER Commission. And Mr. Bock, can I give you the floor? Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Commissioner Ferreira, dear Minister, dear professors, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you so much again for offering me the possibility to talk with you on such a high-level conference and to talk about current and future challenges and opportunities for cohesion policy. For the members of the European Committee of the Regions, a strong and effective cohesion policy for all regions of the European Union is at the center of our DNA. Cohesion policy is the glue that keeps us in the European Union together. And here I want to emphasize the very first challenge. How can we keep cohesion policy not as a technicality in the European Union, but as a very political principle of our union? Because the cohesion policy is part of our treaties and should not be treated as a technicality as it is usually done in some parts of our European Union. So I would like to mention that the cohesion policy, it's a very political principle of our union. The second element I want to emphasize here is what Commissioner Ferreira mentioned last month in Brussels in a conference. She quoted the World Bank and she said that the cohesion policy is the best convergence machine in the world. That convergence machine, which is the cohesion policy in the European Union, brought investment, development, quality of life, sustainability in every corner of our Europe. So if European Union is a model of convergence, how can we keep in the future the same aspect for the entire European Union? So from that perspective, more economic, social, and I would add digital and territorial cohesion is the answer to the increased polarization in our societies for defending our democratic values. The partnership and multi-level governance principles are essential to bring Europe closer to the citizens and to strengthen local democracy. Cohesion policy, yes, has been effective in addressing the financial and COVID crisis. How? By mobilizing additional funding, making spending on the crisis response eligible, and allowing higher co-financing rates. However, despite all efforts, regional disparities remain high, and some of them are even growing. For example, particularly employment rates in less developed regions remain far below those in more developed regions. The regional innovative divide in Europe has grown. The gender gap in employment is twice as big in less developed regions as in developed regions, and there is a large urban-rural divide with regard to education attainment and skill levels. So, key challenges remain for leaving no one and no region behind. This is particularly relevant for the many rural regions that are suffering for depopulation and economical decline. And I would add here another challenge, for example, concerning the brain drain. How can we deal with the brain drain in the European Union? Of course, freedom of movement, it's a religion in the European Union. We cannot touch the freedom of religion. But how can we do that? Then no one should be forced to leave his own city, region, or country due to the economical reason. They can move voluntarily in the European Union, but should not be forced to leave due to the economical reason. And here, the cohesion policy is one of the answers, together with education and quality of life and investments and better jobs and better salaries. I think we can turn brain drain to brain gain through brain circulation. I think this is the solution. And again, here, as I mentioned before, the cohesion policy is at the center of it. In order to use our brain, to use our talents in Europe, and to have a more balanced, developed regions in every corner of our European Union. Now, what about other challenges of the cohesion policy? And with your permission, I will mention a few of them. First of all, there is a need for sufficient flexibility on the ground to adapt the strategic framework of cohesion policy towards the local and regional challenges and to enable our cities and regions to tackle the various crises. And here, with your permission, please, if I may have on the screen some of the slides I invite you to see together, if it's possible. And I want to show you one challenge, and you have now the very first slide on the screen, and it's about our administrative capacity on the ground to deal with different programs. You can move now to the next slide, please. You can see that even in the most advanced EU countries, the rate of absorption of European funds is declining from financial exercise to another financial exercise. Here we have just a 7 years period, not +3. Just at the end of 7 years period, you can see there is a decline of how we can absorb the European funds. Of course, it is a question. If France, Italy, Spain, Germany, and other countries have such a trend to diminish the capacity of absorption of European funds, how about the entire Europe? Of course, it's not better in the other parts of Europe. So now let's move to the next slide to see why we are in this situation. And you can see here the complexity of our period of time, because in this very moment, as you can see, we are facing with a lot of complexity, European Green Deal, thematic concentration, strong horizontal principles, performance framework and midterm review, partnership principle, enable conditions, new initiatives such as the Bauhaus, New European Bauhaus, and so on. So what is the consequence? Next slide, please. And you'll see now the consequence of this. If I have next slide, that's perfectly. And you can see here that the same managing authorities at local, region, and national level have to deal with multiple parallel requests, reprogramming the old programs, for example, closing 2014-2020 programs, using Next Generation EU, the Resilient Facility, programming the Just Transition Fund in the eligible regions. So I would say, in a word, 3 jobs, for one administrative capacity. So we have to deal with 3 more jobs in the same time, closing all programs, new programs, resilient facility, GTF, and so on. So here we need, and next and the last slide, please now. And we need first to speed up the approval and implementation of the new programs, because we are in the end of 22 and we didn't start yet the new program 21-27. So definitely we need to speed up, because our citizens are expecting to see concrete results on the ground, not to hear just we're postponed, we are late, we're doing our best. No, we have to implement. The second, to identify areas for simplification and increased flexibility. We need more flexibility and simplification on the ground, keeping transparency and efficiency, of course, but more simplification and flexibility is needed on the ground, because otherwise we are not going to be able to deal with Just Transition Fund, with a resilient facility, with a new program, closing the whole program. We need to be as pragmatic, as flexible as possible in order to deliver concrete results to our citizens. And last but not least, to propose measures on how to strengthen the capacity building of local and regional actors in the executing the programs. So I do believe this is a key element to move forward. Now, another challenge. We also need multi-level governance and effective decentralization to ensure that local and regional levels have the necessary capacity to manage the change. So effective decentralization in whole Europe is, as a part of our subsidiarity program or subsidiarity principle, is a key component. It's also clear that cohesion policy alone cannot deal with all these issues, and that cohesion as an overall value of the European Union should be supported by all EU policies. As we always said, the spirit of cohesion should be embedded in every policy of the European Union. We should not lose sight of the long-term focus of cohesion policy to lead to structural changes and sustainable convergence, as Commissioner Ferreira and the Minister of Regional Development for Croatia mentioned before. We need a cohesion policy for the whole European Union. We have to have a win-win situation, not just some parts who are winning, someone are losing. That's not the case of our Europe. We need to have a win-win situation. And I would give an example. The Just Transition Fund, it is the best example how the cohesion policy is working for the entire European Union, dealing with decarbonization, dealing with the mining process, and helping every region, every country of the European Union. The primary objective of the cohesion policy is to reduce disparities, to help member states and regions in the European Union to reduce their development gaps. But it's equally important to reinforce competitiveness across all regions and help tackle social exclusion everywhere. And in this regard, the European Committee of the Regions has always supported a strong and ambitious cohesion policy for the European Union. But in the same time, we have to pay attention. Cohesion policy should not be understood as the repairing tool for the damage other EU policies have created with regard to cohesion. Moreover, there is an urgent need to rethink the current approach to create more and more new instruments they are intending to support cohesion. We have to avoid fragmentation. Overcoming the fragmentation of the cohesion policy funds is a must. Instead of this fragmentation, for example, with a new social climate funds as a new tool outside the cohesion policy instruments, there should be in the intention to strengthen the existing system of instruments under shared management, not having this kind of fragmentation. So from this perspective, I strongly ask for avoiding the fragmentation of the cohesion policy. And I will like to emphasize another aspect of the cohesion policy in our Europe, solidarity. In the context of cohesion policy, solidarity is not expressed through compensatory income payments, but through support for development. In this sense, cohesion policy can be seen as a help to self-help. We always know that a help to self-help, and its success depends to a large extent on the capacity and the preparedness of those at whom the support is targeted to make the best possible use of it, including for the building of good governance and administrative capacity. Let me conclude, dear colleagues, by saying that cohesion policy brings jobs and growth in every corner of our Europe and is the key policy for the future of Europe. The cost of no cohesion is the cost of no Europe. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to our discussion and questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Box, setting out a very clear agenda for the reform debate, which I'm sure we'll be coming back to in the course of the discussion at the end of this plenary, but also throughout the conference. We've heard from three policymakers from European, national and subnational perspective. Let's turn now for an academic perspective and to our fourth speaker, Alessandra Fagian. Alessandra.
Right, so we didn't see each other presentations actually before coming over here, but I'm glad to tell you that two of the key words in my few slides will be solidarity and fragmentation. So, you know, I have for sure certain things in common with the previous speakers. Right, so I'm not gonna tell you the history or what cohesion policy is because you're all expert on this, but I wanted to start pointing out that the main goal in the long term is territorial solidarity, exactly in the same way that it was explained before. However, the COVID changed things quite a bit, right? So we were all in emergency. I'm from Italy, you can tell from my accent maybe, although I've been abroad for 18 years, I never changed that, unfortunately. And so I can assure you that being in Italy in 2020 was quite scary. I really realized the power of science and how scary it is, the unknown, so ignorance. We were so ignorant about the virus. And so thank God for all the help that we received and for the money that poured in to Italy as well in response of the coronavirus. But this changed the cohesion policy because in that period it became an emergency tool and a lot of money was actually poured into this effort. The first half of 2021, basically also in response to the coronavirus, the national economies were asked to work on what we call the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, the NPRRs, right? And I don't know if, I'm pretty sure you're all aware that Italy, my country, asked an incredible amount of money for this national plan. In fact, right now we are all worried because the amount that we are borrowing is so large, it's twice that of grants. And you know, if you do a calculation, I'm leaving about 5,000 euros debt to my son, who is now 12 years old. So I feel very responsible, right, for him. And this is counting everybody in Italy from 0 to 100, not just the working population. So it is really scary, and I feel the responsibility of actually trying to help as much as I can so that my son won't be poor or in debt up to his hair once he grows up. This is how we feel, most of us feel at least. There was a great variety in the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience in the amount requested, in the mix of grants and loans, as I said, and also in the allocation to each of the 7 pillars. And even more than that, I'll show you in a second, if you're actually looking at the amount that Italy is planning to invest in the territorial cohesion, you'll be amazed because you think we are doing very well. Well, actually, I'll challenge that in a second. So, as I said, this is, I've just taken 2 cases. Since I'm in Croatia, I've picked Croatia as a comparison. But this is how much Italy, my country, actually is taking out of Europe for the NPRR. And you can see that we are asking for a very, very large amount of loans. We are the first one in the chart. Maybe not a record that we wanted to have, but we are. And then, if you are looking at the allocation to the pillars, here I'm especially interested in the social and territorial cohesion one. Italy is actually doing very well on paper, right? We are putting so much money into this 4th pillar that you would think, okay, so you're doing okay with cohesion. But is all good with the NPRRs? Well, this is what we were interested in finding out. So with my group at the Gran Sasso Science Institute in L'Aquila, we started looking at some of these NPRRs. We started, of course, with Italy, because it was the one that was worrying us the most. And then we went on to look at also at Portugal and Spain for a couple of reasons. First of all, we wanted to look at the Mediterranean countries for comparison reasons. The second is that Portugal is often quoted as a good example, virtuous example for territorial policy. Oh, okay, I'm staying a little bit further away. And Spain, maybe I'll switch one off. Can you still hear me with one? Okay. And then Spain, because they do have an issue with peripheral and rural areas as much as we do in Italy. So we started with these three, but we are churning and looking at all the NPRR. It will take time because we're actually trying to do a very detailed examination of these plans with the lens of how much they will either hamper or help with territorial cohesion. And spoiler, I hope that by the end of my talk you will realize that if anything, I think we will need cohesion more after this coronavirus crisis, not less. Let's start with reminding ourselves what we mean by place-sensitive, place-based. Place-sensitive is actually more correct, rather than space-blind policies. So when we looked at this National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, we reminded ourselves what the Barca report was saying. So that the successful policy, right, needs, in terms of social and territorial cohesion, needs the involvement of the actors, need to be really focused, and the governance is very important. By looking at the Italian case, I'm going to show you how we looked at these three dimensions, and then we'll discuss later on. This is just some food for thoughts, just some to start the debate and the discussion. Okay, so this is just a brief recap of the Italian NPRR. I don't want to really go into details, just look at the total, 248 billion. This one includes also 30 billions of complementary funds. I'm just mentioning it because within this fund, there's probably the only part of the national plan which is really place-based, which is the 1.7 billion for the areas in the center of Italy for the reconstruction after the earthquake. This is a ring-fence amount of money that is just for these peripheral regions that were struck by the earthquakes in 2009 and 2016. There is a commissioner. I'm actually an expert on this. We just closed the public tenders, and we talked about digital and green transition in peripheral areas. We got a lot of demands for almost everything. The two areas where these peripheral areas are struggling, and we didn't have enough demands, were actually energy community and the circular economy. Because we talked about absorption capacity, they don't have absorption capacity in this new line, so they need to be helped even more on this, just as a nice aside of this. Right, so we looked at the usual 6 missions that are mentioned in all the European policies right now, going from the digitalization to inclusion, cohesion, education, health, and so on. But here is where the problem lies. So in our national plan, territorial cohesion is meant as a macro scale divide between the north and the south. So in a sense, we went back to the old logic that we had with, I don't know, Cassa del Mezzogiorno, or even before that, where what really matters is this macro non-cohesion that there is between the north and the south of Italy. So because we had to do the things very quickly, and speeding up, I hear very often, we have to speed up, we have to do things quickly. Well, time is actually an enemy in this case, because it's very difficult to do proper territorial cohesion fast. And I understand there is no other way of doing it, but we have to be aware of this. So because we had to do this all very fast, the easiest way was for the Italian government to say 40% has to go to the south. But as Professor Viesti rightly pointed out in an article last year, This total, which is 82 billion, is, well, in Italian it sounds better, but I had to translate it. It's a total whose addends are missing. We know how much we have to spend, but we have no idea how we're going to spend it in the South. And we talked about absorption capacity. There will be a problem with absorption capacity. There is a problem with institutional quality. Most of this money will be allocated via public tenders, and some of the municipalities in the South don't have the capacity to even apply for these public tenders. We already had some examples of how things are not really working with this system. But what I'm claiming here is that what the dimension we should really look at, it's not this macro division between the North and the South, but a more micro, meso, here I called it, scale, where we are looking at marginalized versus central areas. And here the situation is a lot more complex. Unfortunately, although we had a strategic public policy which was systematic and dedicated to filling this gap, which was the National Strategy for Inner Areas, this has not been taken into account at all in our National Plan for Recovery and Resilience. For instance, we talked about fragmentation before, right? If you go through the hundreds of pages of our plan, the marginalized area are called with all different sorts of different names: rural areas, mountainous area, villages, small municipality, urban suburbs, inner areas, southern areas. It's not clear what's the target of our cohesion. What are we trying to solve? I'm going to go through this very quickly, but these are the intervention, and in the last column, you can see to what type of marginalized area they are referring to. So in the digitization, innovation, blah, 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 pillar 1, we talked about municipality under 3,000 inhabitants and rural municipalities. In the second one, we talk about islands, union of municipalities, mountain communities, and then municipalities, but not under 3,000, this is under 5,000. And then we talked about municipality of the Po River course, rural mountain, inner areas, southern suburbs. Every different policy has a different definition of what peripheral means. And, well, in health, which I think is one of the areas where we need help the most in peripheral areas, there is no mention to peripheral areas at all. It was one of the 3 essential services of the inner area strategy, right? Transport, schools, so education and health. In our health plan, central and peripheral areas are treated the same way. Yeah, I'm almost done. So this is the fragmentation I wanted to see. This is an example. So one of the lines before was by the Minister of Cultural Heritage. Instead of looking at the inner areas as a systematic way, here we are just picking winners. One small village for each region. We give them 20 million per village. Now it's 24 because of the TF Ukraine. And we ask them to develop. Now I'm helping with this one because this municipality has 137 inhabitants. The mayor doesn't even have a secretary. Another thing that it's worth mentioning is that there has been no participation, because participation takes time. And the emergency, right, meant that we had to speed up things. So I mention this because I think that monitoring is going to be extremely important. We talk about doing things very quickly, but if we are not monitoring what's happening, that's going to be a big problem. And the same with governance and the renewal of the public administration, because the Italian plan has been very centralized. So some preliminary reflection. This is my last slide, so I have 2 minutes. I can spend 2 minutes on this one. When we talk about cohesion, we have to think about what cohesion in emergency means. And in the case of Italy, but in general, I think in other countries as well, because we do have some preliminary results on Spain and Portugal, we thought more of the national level. So the priority was to help the countries, so we were probably doing cohesion at the country level, but it meant that maybe Italy will be richer, but the gap between the peripheral and the central area will actually, I think, increase, not decrease. And the problem is time. So we're doing it in emergency, but less time means that we have necessarily to take a more top-down approach, which is less place sensitive, because place sensitivity takes time. We have all this knowledge which is dispersed over the territory, and we need some enlightened coordinator that goes, picks it up. I mean, it's not just bottom-up, it's a combination of top-down and bottom-up, but we need to listen to what they need, and we haven't done that. So there is a trade-off between spending as quickly as possible, which was the logic, right, in the last few days, and support a proper recovery, ensuring that, you know, the money that we spend fulfills their long-term development objective, one of which is territorial cohesion. It was very clearly stated, right, that one of the objectives had to be that one. We need to look at the finer territorial level, and then I'm gonna keep on saying this, we are now setting the goal for the future, but without monitoring what is happening right now, that will be pointless. We need to have the flexibility to change over time. And also, I will make sure that simplification doesn't mean that we then do not monitor what is happening right now with this National Plan for Recovery and Resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, for highlighting one of the big issues that are facing us in cohesion policy, particularly with the role of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and importantly, how that's being translated into practice. And you picked out a whole series of issues that I think will be echoed in the course of today and tomorrow on marginalized areas, on citizen engagement, on administrative capacity and the quality of governance, and crucially the trade-offs that are being made in implementation. Well, thank you to all four of our speakers who have very nicely set out the challenges and opportunities facing cohesion policy. We have about half an hour for questions, and while you're reflecting on questions, let me just try and draw together some of the key points that emerged from the discussions and, if you like, contextualize the presentations that we'll be hearing in the course of today and tomorrow. We are at the moment in a very interesting time because it's the sort of classic three-period phase of cohesion policy. Firstly, the current period, which is 2014 to 2020, in terms of commitment, is not yet over. And as we heard from the Minister, there is still the finalization of the current programme, of the 2014 to 2020 programme expenditure underway, moving into closure next year. And if we think back to the programming for this period, it was done very much in the shadow of the economic and financial crisis, as the Commissioner pointed out. It was very much about programming for recovery, which also reflected the way in which funding was allocated to member states. This was also a period with high ambitions in terms of significantly raising the bar in terms of the achievement of results, with the performance framework, the use of conditionalities, the emphasis placed on administrative capacity building through DG Regio and DG Employment. But of course, latterly has had to deal with the COVID crisis, which I think is generally acknowledged cohesion policy responded extremely well to and made a big difference. But of course, the ex-post evaluations for this 2014 to 20 period are only just being commissioned. So the question is, where is the evidence? What is the evidence? And this is where I think the work being done by people in this room and in the wider cohesion policy community, I think, is so important in providing guidance for the future. But of course, hardly is the 2014 to 20 period being wrapped up. Of course, we're launching the 21 to 27 period through the partnership agreements and the programs, which again, as we heard, are still being negotiated. And of course, we've got more crises. We've got, of course, recovery from COVID, but we've got the Ukraine crisis in terms of refugees and the reduction of energy reliance on supplies from Russia. Beyond that, of course, the ambitions for this period are also significant in terms of the Green Deal, in terms of digitalization, but there are also wider challenges, as was mentioned, in terms of demographic change, for example, and issues of migration. And crucially, in terms of the policy landscape, we have the RRF, initials which we'll hear quite a lot of, I think, in the course of today and tomorrow. And it was very clearly outlined by Alessandra just now, the kind of challenges that there are. And it has, of course, implications for the thinking about the future of cohesion policy. And of course, a lot of it sounds very attractive, but of course, we don't yet know about the effectiveness of national recovery and reform plans. We don't know about their efficiency, and of course, accountability. So, you know, there are some big questions in terms of drawing lessons. And of course, the third period that we're already reflecting on, as we've heard, is the post-2027 reform of cohesion policy. And here we have a lot of difficult questions, perhaps more difficult questions than I think we've ever had to address at this point in the cycle since 1988. As the Commissioner and others said, there is an overarching question of, if you like, EU values and the role that cohesion policy plays in terms of solidarity, and particularly addressing the disconnect, the geography of discontent that colleagues in the room have written about and we've all been concerned about. And then translating that into addressing the treaty commitments for economic, social and territorial cohesion. And the key questions have been highlighted in terms of the role of place, role of territories, the role of the regions, the future of multi-level governance, how that develops, institutional frameworks across different types of EU instruments, issues of the quality of governance, issues of the delivery method, and terms flexibility, simplification, absorption. These were all really important keywords that were highlighted by Amy Bock about very, very practical issues which affect how, at the project level, cohesion policy works. All of our speakers have highlighted questions for the academic and policy communities to address and for us to be discussing today. So a very interesting set of issues that have been highlighted as the context for our conference. Now we have, I think, about half an hour left. We have just under half an hour left for questions, and we can take questions in the room, and you can also pose questions online, which should appear on this iPad, if I can get it to work. So feel free to type, if you're listening online, feel free to put your questions in, and I'll read them out and address them to our speakers. But who'd like to start? And if you'd indicate which of our speakers you'd like to answer the question. And if you could say who you are and which organisation you come from. Yes, sir. I think do we have a roving microphone? Thank you.
Thank you, John. Eduardo Medeiros from Lisbon University Institute. I have an overall question to all speakers. They can all answer. I've seen some questions and some solutions. Some of them is improving simplification, flexibility. But my question is, what about project selection? It's one of the things that I've studied cohesion policy for many years. And when I look at the projects database, I see some problems. I see that they don't align with the needs of the regions. And my question is always, who selects these questions, these projects? So why doesn't the Commission and as concerns about this? So it's my question for the Commissioner and for all speakers, if they see this as a problem like I do, and if they see it, do they have an answer to this? And a specific question to Alessandra. She spoke about the need of monitoring and evaluation. I think you come from economics. You probably know that territorial cohesion is not just about economy, it's about many other dimensions. What are the indicators that you would use to implement an effective monitoring and evaluation system? That's my questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that, for the first question. Let's take a couple more questions. Yes, Thomas.
Yes, Thomas Robin from the Committee of the Region. I would have a question to the Commissioner. Commissioner Ferreira, you mentioned the new economic growth model. We have not only 30 years of cohesion, but we have also 30 years of the internal market, of the common market. And cohesion was basically linked to making the common market work. Wouldn't it be needed to strengthen this dimension in the debate? We have a lot of activities to promote 30 years of the common market, but not really very much linked to the essential tool to keep the market, to give everybody a chance. So that's my first question. And one question to Alessandra. On centralization, Emil Bock spoke about the question of effective decentralization. Don't we have in the RRF spending also a huge centralization mechanism which is losing out the place-based approach? What is your assessment there?
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. One more question, yes, over here.
Hello, Michael Woods from Aberystwyth University. I have a question prompted by Alessandra, but others may also want to answer, and I'm particularly interested perhaps in the Commissioner's response. Which, Alessandra, you mentioned the question of scale, and this is a question we also explored in the recently completed Horizon 2020 project, Imagine. We tried to look at inequalities beneath the nuts to scale. And my question, therefore, is to what extent, what are the prospects for a more spatially sensitive cohesion policy, which goes down to a lower geographical scale, acknowledges those differences, and perhaps how we get there, and particularly overcoming the problem which is about the compatibility of data at that scale across Europe seems to be a major obstacle at the moment.
Okay, thanks very much. Nice to have some easy questions to get us going. Can I perhaps divide these up among our speakers? And Commissioner, perhaps you'd like to deal with the question on cohesion policy and strengthening the single market that we got from Thomas Robin. Alessandra, you've got a number of questions related to the RRF.
Notes, so I hope I remember all of them.
Okay. Essentially on the indicators for allocating the RRF, its contribution to place, and the challenge of the spatial focus of cohesion policy. And perhaps State Secretary and Emil Bock, you could take the questions on project selection that we had, criteria that we had right at the start. But let's kick off. Commissioner, perhaps you'd like to.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. But I'd like to touch upon the other questions as well, because I find them very interesting, if you don't mind. But yes, I would start with the core question that you allocate to me. It's the relationship between cohesion policy and common market, or internal market, full competition. And yes, I think we have got to go back to the basics, because so praise the common market and internal market and free competition. And if we add to it the common currency, that is the currency of the European Union. So even if there are countries that opt out, it's a single currency. We have got to have, on the other hand, the capacity that the competitiveness of the different regions is in fact has behind it an engine that brings in convergence. And sometimes we miss this perception when we forget. We have kind of blindness of horizontal policies in relation to the functioning of the essence of the economic essence of the European project. So yes, it's important that that we bring this kind of agenda a bit out of the economic debate, and politically we put cohesion as an essential policy for all the other policies of the freedom goods, freedom of factors can really operate without fragment, without cutting the connection between the society with the citizens and the economy. But just very quickly, if you allow me, I would like to really appreciate what Professor Alexandra Fagian mentioned. But in fact, from a European perspective, this lack of understanding that we cannot do contradictory policies because this doesn't make sense sometimes is a bit forgotten. Of course, I would just like to underline that the RRP was an anti-cyclical economic instrument. And of course, it was an emergency instrument to build on the very little European budget in order to recover from the crisis. And that's why it was so speedy, and that's why it was so, apparently flexible. But I subscribe the idea that we don't know yet if it works or not. But in fact, we tried to make it not completely blind spatially, but countries, vary a lot in how they interpret it and how geographically sensitive they were in the implementation of the program. But also, all the questions are very essential because I think it is important to have this understanding at the right level, at the right scale, of what are the blocking elements for the development and the regions, and what is the vision. And when we have, and here I answer Eduardo, I tried to put a little piece in the answer to Eduardo Medeiros and to the last speaker, when we have horizontal instruments that finance, for instance, innovation in general across Europe or across a country, then we often miss the right level of understanding how such an horizontal policy is going to impact the different regions. And so according to the selections that you make, if you are not attentive to these asymmetric impacts of these policies, so if the selection of the projects is done on a pure horizontal basis, disregarding, for instance, some strategic approach that we try to bring in through smart specialization or through a deeper understanding of the different kinds of institutions that are present in certain regions, what has got to be able to be done there, to be done, and what is essential in those regions, then we miss an opportunity because things are kind of spatially blind, and they can really end up harming cohesion. And it is important that we don't see the RRP as a kind of a compensation for the big cities of what cohesion policy is more careful in doing there. And this happens sometimes in some of the policy options of certain member states. And in fact, this coherence can only be achieved if at the political level, territorial convergence is set as the sufficiently high level, as high as the functioning of the internal market, common currency, and the democracy inside the country or inside Europe. Sorry that I expanded a little bit, but the questions are really very interesting. I'm sorry about it, Professor.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. No apologies needed. A lot of interesting issues there. Alessandra, could we go straight on to you? Because I think let's keep this...
Yeah. Let's see if I can answer very quickly to a few questions. Okay, project selection. Right now, I'm actually in these complementary funds also doing project selection. And it's all via public tenders. And this is a problem because they tend to just do the selection not really based on merit, but based on other criteria, which are, aside from the timing of when they presented the demand, the fact that they tick or do not tick certain basic criteria. So there should be, and there are like public agencies that do this. So this is an issue, I think. So I totally agree with you on this, that we should do much better in this. But again, I think it's a matter of time, because if we have to spend this amount of money by a very short time frame and we have to select them, initially the deadline was end of the year, now it's March, but we received like 2,000 projects for just one line, and we have, I don't know how many lines of different projects. That is an issue, again. Project evaluation, I'm also required with another group of people to actually do a socioeconomic evaluation of the project. So we started thinking about what to put in. It's not just, I am an economist, but it's not just jobs. We talk about socioeconomic evaluation. So we are also looking at things like gender, the young people. We have an incredible problem with young people. We have a problem with brain drain from peripheral areas. So we would like to actually include a set, we are now thinking about a set of indicators to be used, but that should include also this. And also, it's also important to look at the context where you operate. I right now live not in Milan, which is my original town, but in a, say, intermediate city, which was hit by the earthquake in 2009. The context where I operate is different than Milan or the US or the UK where I was living before. And so you can't expect the same results from different places. The difficulty of the context where you operate should also be taken into account. And more often than not, it's not. You know, so this is something that we're thinking on. On the data, the small scale of the data, I also collaborated quite a bit with the inner area strategy years ago. Now it's not as strong as before, unfortunately. We are talking about municipalities and group of municipalities. We do have the data at this scale. It might be a little bit more difficult to find them, but the data do exist. And you can also go and collect some data on the ground. Talk about migration, we interviewed 1,000 young people in these peripheral areas. It's absolutely true that some of them, about 50% want to stay there, despite the difficult condition. 20% of them actually would like to stay there and they're forced to move out. These are the ones that we're working on. So it's more difficult, but the data are there to at least do some kind of monitoring. I'm very finished, decentralization. I think that I'm not claiming that there should be total decentralization. I always feel like in the middle there is balance. And also that in different stages there should be a different balance between centralization and decentralization. What I'm talking about is in the initial phases, there is a lot of knowledge which is on the ground that might help with looking at what projects we really need. Then when it comes to monitoring and other phases, I totally understand that you need more centralization. And you need, as I said, an enlightened coordination and some intermediaries that make your job easier anyway, otherwise it's impossible. Totally decentralization won't work. There will be a coordination issue.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. Mr. Ehrlich, would you like to comment?
Well, first of all, good morning to you, Professor, and good morning to everybody. I'm very happy that we are here today and I'm very excited because of the start of the conference and being able to speak right now and to discuss in physical the cohesion policy. I think it was about time. Lots of years has passed when we last time had the opportunity to talk about one of the most important policies of the EU. So let me just jump back to the question. Well, as I understood the question of the colleague from the audience, it was the question of how does the projects fit to the policies and why in his opinion these projects, because of the selection of the projects, are not in line, sometimes are not in line with the needs of the regions. Well, I would say that the answer lies in the national bodies that should be aware of the projects and the needs of the regions. I think that they need the better approach they have is better of the outcome. So what I mean by that? I mean that if we ensure the bottom-up approaches and if we are more like, if we have more like place-based approaches, more territorial approach, then this guarantees a better understanding of the needs. Sometimes it's just not enough to put the policy in some kind of a framework and then to wait for projects to happen, because this guarantees that something will come up of this, but you cannot guarantee that always the good projects will be the one who will be implemented. But there's no magical stick, I would say, so that you can design ideal criteria. I think it's a constant work and understanding of the local needs, but ensuring the instruments, such as I said, place-based instruments and bottom-up approach will secure you in this way of getting to the right projects. On national level, I would say we cannot be led by projects. You know, beneficiaries will always tend to see only their projects and their needs. So basically, what we have to do is we have to make the framework of policies, because we implement policies, not a project. And the beneficiaries, this is a clash of interests, because beneficiaries see sometimes only their interest and the interest of the projects. We cannot see only the interest of the projects. We have to see where does these projects in cumulative leads to, and where are they heading to. And this is why it is important to ensure the good understanding and the policies. But as I said, there is no magical stick for such a solution. It is the question of the capacity of the national bodies and working and learning from working with the territories and local and regional level to understand them better. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alish. And Mr. Bock? Okay, sorry, we're not getting the sound at the moment.
It's okay?
It's okay?
Yes. You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, yes.
I will deal with the question concerning the selection projects. I will divide up in two. Concerning the selection for implementation, the main rule should be public tender, because if you have public tender, you avoid corruption, you avoid all kind of lack of transparency. So public tender should be the main rule. If we talk now the other phase of project selection, who is selecting the projects in order to implement it? And here, the Secretary of State for Croatia was very clear. And here we should use more decentralization and place-based approach. As I said before, cohesion policy can be seen as a help to self-help. So it's very important that administrative capacity of the regions to provide the expertise on which project should be implemented. So, for example, in the region, you have your own strategy, discussed, debated, approved by the local or regional council, and after that you have projects to implement the strategy. So the projects are a result of a strategy already discussed, already adopted by the community. Churchill once said that democracy is the worst form of government except of the others. That's right. We have to have democracy on place, democracy live every day. Democracy is like biking. You should exercise your democracy every day in order to keep a strong democracy in your region. And if you do not participate, and if you do not have the mechanism of transparency and participation, you do not have the best projects to be financed, because the projects are a result of a strategy, and the strategy should be a result of a consultation with your citizens. So from that perspective, you need to increase participatory democracy together with representative democracy in order to have the best of it. So from that perspective, I will definitely focus on place-based approach, and I'll give the example of Poland. Poland did twice the administrative reform of the country, from 46 voivodats to 32, and after that from 32 to 16 voivodats, and each voivodat has its own operational program for European funds. You have 16 engines of European funds to bring money in the country, not just one central one. So decentralization again is the key. If we work with decentralization, you have more opportunities to bring the European funds to your country, to your region. If you stay in one central program, of course, sometimes it's good if it's just a small country. But if it's a bigger country, definitely the decentralization is the key. Otherwise, cannot be successful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much to each of our speakers. We've got time for one or two more questions. Yes, one here, yes please, and then over here.
In fact, I'm Andriana Sukova, I'm the Deputy Director General of DG Employment, so I'll be closing the event tomorrow. But I'm very eager to hear all your thoughts, exchanging ideas and expectations for the post-27. So that's why I decided to join even today. But on some of the points that were made, I want to come back because, for example, talking about decentralization, it's not an automatic thing. It's also a question, what are the responsibilities and the powers of regions? It's not, Alessandro was very right to say, we cannot go for direct decentralization and only regional approach, because there are policies that are developed at national level, and they are implemented at regional level, but the policy development happens at national level, and we have to keep this into account. I'm full supporter, and we have all different models of programming. Poland has 16 regional programs, but they also have few national programs. So France also has national programs and regional. Spain has national and regional programs. So it depends on what are the powers and authorities of regions when they are given the possibility to develop their regional program. And one thing about, somebody mentioned very briefly, the need of coordination. And I tell you that the original proposal of 21-27 legislation didn't have coordinating bodies. We decided, okay, let's give the member states freedom to decide. And the member states in the council insisted that we have, again, the coordinating bodies in the regulation. In the common procedures regulation, we reinstated the coordinating bodies because there is obviously a need for internal national coordination of action. So I think that we are learning as we do some things, and also that's why I'm very glad to have this conference today and tomorrow to hear about your expectations, but also to hear which direction, and I'm glad that Commissioner Ferreira could join this morning to also introduce some of the key questions, because this is what we are contemplating about, and we want to see some clarity and some ideas for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adriana. And we'll be picking up, I think, these really critical points about the different forms of multi-level governance. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Martin Maris from Slovakia. I don't have the question, but it is merely some compliment to Professor Alessandra and Mr. Secretary of the State. So in my country, there is a great mismatch between the project or the interventions, program interventions, and real needs of the municipalities. Okay, fragmentation of the policy is a big issue, but this mismatch is even worse. For instance, in the Union, there is talk about the innovation, digitalization, and so on. Okay, this is a very important thing, but in my country, about half, up to half municipalities don't even have the SEVA system. So you cannot go further if you don't have these basic, basic needs. And this is a very big embarrassment for my country. But however, what happens? Okay, my country, there are fines. When you're not keeping the objectives, you are fined. So my country pays fines to the European Commission, but nothing happens at all. It is solved. Okay, what happens next? Okay, place-based theory approach is a very good approach, I think. I am one of the co-author of the integrated territorial investment from my region. It's region on NUTS 3 level. However, okay, we were very happy initially because we developed own strategy. However, what happens next? Our government dedicated so little money, it is just fraction for this investment, and the bulk of the money is coming via the old demand system. So basically, and this great need, for example, developing wastewater management, it needs huge investment. So it haven't come due again. And it fuels discontent in people because they lose the faith on the fundament of the cohesion policy. So this is just my thing.
Okay, thanks very much also for that point, which I think picks up on the earlier comment. We have this perhaps dichotomy here. We have on the one hand greater prescriptiveness and in terms of top-down policy making, yet a demand for more citizen-engaged, more place-based policy responses addressing the needs of regions and municipalities. We've almost hit our coffee break time, but I just want to give each of our speakers the opportunity to take perhaps just 1 minute to either comment on what the comments that have just been made or make any other further reflections. Commissioner, perhaps we can start with you.
No, thank you very much. I think what we just listened to is relevant on two grounds. One ground, we need to go at the right level in terms of devising the strategy and then giving flexibility according to the needs of each region. And the interpretation of we have got to do greening and digital has got then to be fine-tuned to the needs of regions. I think there are regions that in fact basically they need basic infrastructures, of course, as a precondition for growth. I would argue that all across Europe, basic infrastructures are associated with basic democratic rights. And so that in fact, we cannot end up with one size fits all. But for this, we need a certain degree of decentralization and the political acceptance and the selecting of cohesion in itself as a core value of the political agenda, whatever the party line that each country opts for. So decentralization, or at least understanding and working at the regional level and adapting the policy instruments to whatever is blocking to necessary conditions and sufficient conditions are, I think, have got to be brought back into the agenda if they are not there, but respecting, of course, the democratic and administrative options of each member state. But if a country is very centralized, and if that is the national option, of course, the country has got to be intelligent enough to structure itself in a sense that at the right level in each region, they have the capacity to understand what is blocking development, what is needed, and to adapt and fine-tune the horizontal policies as well as the more precise instruments in order to deliver what is needed in the available timing. So I think this kind of fine-tuning of the instruments of the policy is definitely required for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Ellis, a 1 minute final point.
Well, I'm just add on the decentralization point, maybe a point of view. I think it is an important one. It was raising a question of does the regional authorities have the capacities? I think it is a right question to do the decentralization system. But I think that the question is even more complex, is that if they don't have the capacity, when will they build it? So you have to give them the opportunity to build it and somehow have your policies designed that you eventually decentralize. So you cannot, I don't take an agreement that you cannot decentralize because there is no capacities. Even member states, they didn't have the capacities to do the cohesion policy. This is for Croatia the first perspective. We had to build the capacities. So if you want to decentralize, you have to have the intention to decentralize, and you have to build the capacities of the region to decentralize because it is better, because it's closer to the needs of the territory, and it is closer to the needs of the projects that the region needs. And just a short one regarding the service system of the colleague who asked this question. This is something that I heard a lot in Croatia, because there are very much of the lagging behind territories that needs the basic infrastructure first of all. But there is no one solution for this kind of a problem. These are very heavy, large infrastructure that asks for lots of money. But you have to have your own local strategy. You have to invest in both. You have to invest in a savage system and basic infrastructure, but you have to also invest in the 21st century infrastructure if you want to bring back life in these kind of areas. So basically, you have to catch up. You have to do two things, and what developing countries didn't have to do and they had time to do. So it's up to your local strategies on how you'll manage to do it. It's not easy, but there is no one solution for doing it. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Barker, I think you'd probably echo a number of the points that have been made.
Thank you. Very shortly, Commissioner Ferreira said very well about decentralization and the national dimension. The fine-tuning is the answer between national and regional level. Of course, as a representative of local and regional authorities, I strongly advocate the decentralization and the subsidiarity principle, because it's very clear, in order to be more efficient, you have to keep the decision to the authority which is the closest to the needs of our citizens. And the local and regional authorities, of course, are closest to their citizens. The national level should keep the legislation and the control, but the implementation should be taken at the local level in order to be efficient. But as Commissioner said, you should have fine-tuning between these two domains, and it's not one against each other. If you have decentralization, does not mean that you may have some national plans, some national policies on specific topics. That's possible, but the subsidiarity principle, which is at the base of our European Union, should be respected. The second point, cohesion policy, as I said, should be embedded in every policy of the European Union in order to have in each domain cohesion policy, not just focusing on the cohesion itself. The third element, and I close it, cohesion policy should not be perceived in the future as a cohesion policy for crisis. Of course, it's good when we have a crisis, we have immediately a solution. That was with the Ukrainian refugee crisis, we had the cohesion policy, which is good. But we have not to lose the long-term perspective of the cohesion policy. So the cohesion policy should not be perceived in the future as a deposit of money for all the others, because we are going to lose the essence of the cohesion policy. So if we need new programs of new emergencies, we need fresh money, new money, and leave the money for cohesion policy for the main scope of the cohesion policy on the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bock. And lastly, very briefly.
Very quickly, I agree with everything that has been said. I just want to echo some of the things that I've said, at least one, which is, I think that Europe should push the national government to have a more cohesive and systematic policy for these peripheral areas, which at the moment they don't have. And I'm not talking about macro distinction, but more finer territorial level, which is peripheral versus core areas. And this policy should have two parts. One, which is on essential services, so that we reduce the discontent of people and also this feeling of mismatch, right, between their needs and what the funds can do. And the second one, looking at the future. So what kind of strategic planning do they have for the future? It's really weird that in a national plan of recovery and resilience, under the chapter health, you don't have any mention to peripheral areas whose essential services are lacking in health, education, and transportation needs, and so on. They're doing some in transportation needs, but I mean, I found it very difficult to understand why it was not mentioned in health, the needs for peripheral areas, for instance.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, unfortunately, we've now got to break for coffee, but I think this has set ourselves this session has set us up beautifully for the debates today and tomorrow. It's outlined the challenges, all the complexities. It's really shown the value of having both practitioners and academics talking together about the key issues and also the open questions and where there's a need for evidence, where there's a need for research, where there's a need for further knowledge exchange. Can I just remind you, unfortunately we didn't have any questions online, but RSA Europe have created this beautiful app to make this as paperless conference as possible. If you haven't already signed up for the app, please do download it and use it. It's not just got information on the agenda and the participants. You can also use it for dialogue and for exchange, and there will be QR codes in each of the sessions that you can use for information on the speakers, the papers, and so on. So in final, thank you very much indeed to each of our 4 speakers. Thank you for your attention, and perhaps you could join me in giving a round of applause to our plenary speakers for a really interesting session.
Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch in the first session. My name is Thomas Wobben, I'm from the European Committee of the Region and I'm your moderator for this second plenary session, which is of course a great pleasure for me, seeing so many familiar faces and seeing you all in flesh, and hope also that we can be understood online as well. The topic of this plenary session is development traps across EU regions. Of course, this has been picked up in the 8th Cohesion report, so it's a new kid on the block. So we will have, I think, a very exciting discussion about what it is, why it matters, and what should be done about it. But I'm also happy that we use all the technological facilities so that we can have go across the Atlantic to Washington to engage Somik Lal. But let me first introduce the panelists here, and then I would give Somik the floor. So to my right is Simone Imarino. She's a professor for economic geography at the London School of Economics. She's also the member of Gran Sasso Institute. And of course, she is one of the co-authors of this fantastic report about the regional development trap in Europe, which we will hear about later on. We have also here on the right one of the old friends of the Regional Studies Association and the head of economic analysis, editor of the 8th Cohesion report, What Can You Do More? And a visiting professor at the London School of Economics, Louis Dijkstra. And the first speaker I'm very pleased to see online is Somik Lal. Somik is at the World Bank the leading economist for territorial development, which he joined in 1999. And of course, he's a leader on the Global Solution Group. And I have to say, I was really impressed of the fantastic report he has written together with, for the World Bank, together with some other colleagues. And we will start, before we focus on what is the development track, a more fundamental consideration. And for this, Somik, I would like to give you the floor. Somik, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, friends, and I'm very sorry I couldn't join you in person much as I would have liked to. I'll take the next 20 minutes of your time and try to give you the main highlights of a report that colleagues of mine, Bill Maloney and Arthur Grover, and I have written on place, productivity, and prosperity. And I think many of the themes in this report will resonate to the challenges you are facing or you will discuss on development traps. I'm just trying to see how to, okay. So this report was motivated by much of our conversations with policymakers in emerging economies about lagging regions which were increasingly being left behind and had an outsized voice in national policy discourses and feeding into policy populist narratives. And here, what we were trying to do was to see how economic geography could be a critical lens through which we view growth and equity agendas. And in fact, countries are increasingly asking you at the European Commission, us at the World Bank, about strategies, about spatial policies that can help these lagging regions develop towards some sort of frontier. Another motivation for this report was that there were key knowledge gaps we believe that remained after we did the 2009 World Development Report in Economic Geography that was discussed at length at the European Commission and in Europe more broadly. And we wanted to bring in new findings on barriers to spatial equity and effective interventions, and also offer a framework for analyses of spatial policies. So before I get into the details of the report, let me give you the three main takeaways the way I see it. So the first takeaway is that structural transformation is really essential for spatial transformation. And there are often these passionate beliefs that spatial transformation is a means to an end to structural transformation. But the point we wanted to make, and we show in the data and the evidence, is that we need the broader processes of national structural transformation to get spatial transformation to work. And in fact, population agglomeration often appears in many developing countries without development-driven demand for spatial organization. The second point that I think will resonate with Louis, your report, is that migration is less effective as a regional policy, as a lagging region policy, because in many of the developing economies we looked at, there are no dynamic cities to move to. So this is really a different perspective compared to what we had proposed in the World Development Report of 2009 on economic geography. Third here is that urban policy and spatial inequality policies must be embedded in policies that are fundamental for economy-wide structural transformation. The second main takeaway from this report is that the success of spatial hardware solutions, such as infrastructure, special economic zones in new cities, it really depends on complementary software that includes entrepreneurial capital, human capital, and government capabilities. I know folks and colleagues who are from Croatia have been working on that for many years in trying to think about these entrepreneurial capital and government capabilities. The third point here is that place-based policies need a really structured accounting of the likely impacts and necessary complements. And we frame the debate that we really need good ex-ante appraisal that includes direct benefits, but also indirect impacts. And given that a lagging region challenge is multidimensional and it requires complementarities, government capabilities are binding on project design. And finally, at the end of the day, after the appraisal, if we find some regions will be less viable, we really need to think and advise policymakers to evaluate place-based policies versus other policies such as safety nets, fiscal transfers, and migration. So let me start by giving you some stylized facts. One of the key stylized facts we find in the report is that unlike a lot of published literature, there are low agglomeration gains and large spatial inequalities that characterize at least the poorest developing countries. So the figure on the left tells you that economic activity, if it were to be proxied by satellite measurement of the intensity of nighttime electric lighting, that increases with city size and population density. But more generally, even in the least developed countries, value added tends to be concentrated in the largest cities, but the concentration of lights is in the largest low-income cities is comparable to the levels that are seen in small towns in high-income countries. So these processes of agglomeration just haven't triggered off. But at the same time, what we see on the chart to the right is that place remains central to prosperity in developing countries. And contrary to expectations, when you look at income disparities within a country, these have not been shrinking over time. And what we find looking at household survey data for pretty much most parts of high income, upper middle income, and lower middle income countries, that household consumption in the most prosperous areas of low income and middle income countries is more than double that of similar households in lagging areas, compared to only 50% in high income countries. So both places central to prosperity, but the processes that give rise to agglomeration economies in some of the poorer places just haven't triggered off. So what we do in this report is point towards three emerging dynamics. The first is an urban productivity puzzle and the emergence of sterile agglomerations. What most of the analyses that you will have seen on the chart to the left of agglomeration and economic development uses wages as an indicator of productivity. But what we do is that when we find that if you use a more refined measure or efficiency gains, whether look at total factor productivity in physical terms, that's called TFPQ, or the standard revenue total factor productivity, TFPR, these are stripped of such price effects, that changes with agglomeration. And what we find for Chile, for Colombia, and Ethiopia, and Indonesia, that while the elasticity of wages might be somewhat higher, as you see to the left of the chart, the elasticity of TFPQ, when you stripped of market power and prices, with density is in fact negative for all the countries excepting Chile. The only country where what we find where productivity gains rise faster than the cost. So are there these emergence of sterile agglomerations in developing countries? The chart to the right provides a complementary picture, because what we see when urbanization has accompanied economic transformation for most parts of the world, it's not done so in low-income Africa. In Nigeria and South Africa, for example, the share of manufacturing to GDP has been declining as countries have urbanized. By contrast, if you look at Asian cities, the share of tradables is about 70%. Now, when we move from sterile agglomerations, the second stylized fact is on migration. And what we do find is that migration is a really imperfect pathway out of poverty in lagging regions of low-income countries. And what we see in the data, that mobility in low and lower middle income countries are much lower than what we see in high income countries. And part of the dilemma here is that cities themselves are not generating agglomeration externalities, and the lack of broader structural transformation is impeding productive reallocation to urban areas from lagging regions. The third stylized fact, and I think we all need to understand that carefully, is that globalization is not decreasing spatial inequalities within countries. It, in fact, is increasing spatial concentration within countries. So my colleague Arti and I looked at global value chains around the world. And what we found on the charts in front of you is that the concentration of global value chains is largely in the largest cities. And in fact, it's even stronger for services and knowledge-intensive activities relative to standardized manufacturing. So one of the early hypotheses in regional development was that with plug-and-play systems, global value chains can spread regional development to the hinterland. Well, the evidence globally just doesn't support it. So these broad trends have given rise to increasing concern and a lot of alarm actually in policy circles about dysfunctional cities and places left behind. And there's been a huge upswing of place-based policies that have been advanced for various reasons. And these reasons include, on the grounds of economic efficiency, there is a desire to exploit the untapped potential of lagging regions. Implicitly, they are assumed to be underperforming because of market failures or barriers to more efficient allocation of capital or technology. Then comes the political or social value of place-specific job-creating investments. And they're being championed with the idea that there's this intrinsic value of work that enhances a person's well-being. There are also concerns about large and sustained territorial inequalities can lead to social discontent, political unrest, as I think in some of Andres Rodriguez Pos's work and others. So what are these place-based policies? So in our book, what we do is that we characterize infrastructure construction and upgrades. We look at special economic zones that attempt to jumpstart economic activity in a particular location, as well as a whole range of fiscal and other policies and urban interventions. Now, one thing, folks, we need to realize is why these place-based policies are different is because they target a particular place rather than a class of individuals, as you would see with education policy, economic sectors, as with industrial policy, or institutions, such as with governance reforms. And in fact, when you look at the chart to the right of increased interest, the number of special economic zones has dramatically increased around the world from about 5,000 to about to almost about 5,000 across 150 economies in 2018. But when we provide a hard-nosed view of have these place-based policies worked, the answer is, well, it's a mixed bag, and the evidence is rather poor overall if we were to look at it rather critically. And why may that be so? The first reason is that we have an incomplete understanding of the forces that lead to spatial policies that end up constraining policy, inequalities that end up constraining policy. So first thing we need to realize is that policymakers are not painting on a blank canvas. Look at the chart on the left. And it shows the persistence of place. In modern Latin American spatial patterns, they track pretty closely the pre-colonial patterns of Mesoamerican settlement. In Colombia, Bogota, and Antioquia, the region around it, they have the highest population densities in 1500, and they are among the richest and most industrialized today. So we're not painting on a blank canvas. The second is, while we are not painting on a blank canvas, the canvas itself is not flat. And we just can't be assuming that a given set of policies will give us equal success in every place. So whether a place has a latent source of comparative advantage that is waiting to be unlocked, or is hurting from a bad trade shock that they could recover from, or a place is in fact non-viable, is precisely what good analytic work and appraisals must try to figure out. The picture on the right is a place I think none of you have ever heard of. It's a place called Goldfield, Nevada, which was a boomtown at the turn of the 20th century when its mines were producing more than $100 million at then current prices. It was also the largest town in the state. Today, it's a ghost town. So we have those two ideas. The third idea here is that a persistent theme in economic geography is that market failures, missing complementary factors, and distortions, they often accompany each other. Misery is surrounded by misery. And there aren't any real silver bullets that can be fired with success in the absence of other complementary initiatives. So look at the chart to the left. It's a work I did on Lebanon. And when firms were asked, what is it that you would take to go from a leading area to a secondary city? It was basically not only energy infrastructure, it was also political instability, it was access to finance, it was corruption, it was tax administration. So a whole range of constraints need to be addressed at the same time. But this takes us to an important point about government capacity in managing these. Governments have finite capacities to appraise, to execute, and to coordinate policies. A region could suffer from multiple market failures, but the policy capability to appraise, to coordinate, and implement remedial policies are really limited. So to fill this knowledge gap on how we think about it, our report provides a heuristic framework to inform how you as policymakers can assess proposals for place-based policy, and it expands a lot on a paper we had commissioned Professors Tony Venable and Gilles Duranton to write on this topic. So the framework is built around three key principles. First is a narrative. And we really need to be having a clear-eyed view on the main problem that a policy is intended to address and the key market failures that motivate the policy. So in Egypt, for example, if it's unclear land rights that are hampering infrastructure investments, the first or best policy is to clarify these rights. Place-based policies may be a second best or an nth best option. Second is to estimate the effects, both direct and indirect, because these would capture changes to real economic activity that change because of the policy compared to business as usual. And third is to ensure that all the key actors will really coordinate to deliver the package of place-based or complementary policies. And these would include business environment, policy environment, as well as the natural characteristics of the place. And as these spatial policies are assessed, it also becomes important, colleagues, to look at displacement effects. Because in a national economy that's well integrated, a positive impact in one place may be a mirror of a loss somewhere else in the economy. And a subsidy that simply relocates a planned investment from one area to another doesn't improve overall welfare. And in fact, in much of the policy work, the displacement effects have been the weakest to address. So this sort of framework has been quite useful for us at the World Bank. And it also showed us places where we were really hobbled. When Professors Duranton and Venables reviewed World Bank project documents, and they had a lot of discussions with World Bank staff. And what they found is that economic analysis does a very good cost benefit of direct impacts. But the treatment of indirect effects is very variable and often questionable because there's a lot of double counting. We add in land value appreciation as well as a direct benefit. Some refer to multiplier effects, which cannot be justified. And so there was a broad agreement, at least in the World Bank, that the practice needs to be improved by employing a consistent analytic framework. So as we have been kind of working at the World, develop the framework, we have been distilling, various tacit information from World Bank teams and seeing how this framework could be used in practice. So I'm going to conclude by showing you an example of a program that is called the Upper Egypt Local Development Program. This is a World Bank finance, results-based financing program to governorates in Egypt, in the lagging regions of Egypt, to improve competitiveness and local performance. So when the project was designed, it had two components. First was, when the project was initially designed, it was about improving access to infrastructure and services. It was all about capital investment planning, about delivery of services, financial management, and transparency. But having worked on this framework, we engaged very closely with the project teams and got in complementary interventions in improving business environment through competitive grants that improved efficiency of government to business services, that improved sector competitiveness by building capacity to upgrade clusters, and even improve access to service land and investment services through better industrial zones management and infrastructure. What we have seen is that in a lagging region, which is home to about 38% of Egypt's population, such a coordinated effort is paying some dividends. For example, business occupancy rates in Kenya, one of the lagging regions, increased by 20%. And we saw over 300 establishments had allocated land allocations, which we could see as a direct quantity benefit. On the government to business services, there was about a 25% reduction in processing time for construction permits in about half of the districts. And in many of the districts, firms and citizen services were being digitized. But at the end of the day, we are still trying to see what are the overall indirect benefits and displacement effects. And this is still work in progress. But the idea is, at least through this framework, it is possible to get in these multiple missing complements into design of particular activities. So let me recap by telling you again the 3 takeaways of the report. First is that structural transformation is key to spatial transformation. And in fact, structural transformation creates the demand for spatial reorganization. Second, the success of spatial hardware solutions such as infrastructure, special economic zones, and new cities that depend on government capabilities, entrepreneurial and human capital. And third, that all these place-based policies need a structured accounting of likely indirect effects and necessary complements. Thank you very much for your time. I will stop here sharing my screen.
Thank you so much for this very fundamental overview and this food for thought for us. And I would now not immediately give the floor to Simona Marino, who is the co-author of this report, which on the development trap regions. And of course, now is the question: how do we relate what we just heard to the situation in Europe? What is it? Why does it matter? And what can be done about it? Simona, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I need 2 microphones, actually. Yeah, maybe better. Okay, thank you very much. Here we are going to talk about a slightly different perspective, regional development trap in Europe. This is joint work is a team, Andreas Diemer, Andres Rodriguez Posse, who is there, and Michael Storper. So the starting point is the middle income trap and an economy that suffers from drop or decline in economic dynamism after being successful in going from low income to a middle income, okay? This is applied at the country level, and we know that in the past century, very few economies have been able to make the jump from middle income to high income. Here we report, for example, the example of South Korea and Brazil that were similar level of income per capita in the 50s, but South Korea is now a high income country while Brazil didn't make it to jump to the last step. Many economies in general terms are able to go from low to middle, but not to climb the step behind. Now, what we do in this work, we actually borrow from this, let's say, highly theoretical, because there are many theories behind, and try to, in a way, rethink this approach, this concept, reflecting, first of all, the variety of trajectories at the subnational level, at the regional level in Europe, showing that actually middle income or development traps are occurring, not necessarily from this transition from middle to high, but also it can occur when you are a high income, regions that are high income, or regions that are actually transitioning to middle and then stuck there. The second point is also translating this theoretical apparatus into a different context that is the European one, and therefore a context that is characterized by anyway higher average income level. So we're not talking about developing or emerging economies, but one of the areas more advanced, generally speaking, in the world. Now, what we want to also highlight is that our concept is dynamic. So dynamic conceptualization against a static vision of development that is often adopted. Regions in development traps are those regions that face significant challenges in recovering pass dynamism or fail to improving prosperity. So these are our definition, general definition. And also I want to highlight that this work is looking in particular at the specificity of the European context, okay? In this case, we apply to EU 27 plus the UK because the data that we had covered at that time, the UK. But this is important because you cannot easily translate conceptual and theoretical frameworks to contexts that are too different. Europe is a unique, multi-level, multi-dimensional context, and therefore, I mean, it's you know, could be the right setting to apply our own framework. So, I mean, the starting point is a highly differentiated, highly heterogeneous growth performance over the long term. You can see these maps. I mean, these are very well known. As we know, the European Commission, DG Regio, produced hundreds of these, always showing that we have a Europe of different speeds, right? We have very different initial level, but also very different growth trajectory, particularly if we look at the most recent years, particularly after the Great Depression, the big financial economic crisis since 2008, that has been and is probably again still one of the major disruptors of European performance. Regional middle-income traps, when we were thinking and starting, first of all, differentiating our approach from theoretical convergence, divergence approaches, because we are more similar and we borrow more from catching up theories, so not taking into account a steady state that is unique, but actually thinking about development as something that is caused by structural variables, a number of them, starting from industrializations, industry composition, innovation variables, social variables, so a range of indicators that are much more extended. And you can see here, right, that when we were thinking about it, also based on the previous work that we did, the same team on development clubs in Europe, we realized that actually it's not only a problem of middle-income region being stuck with low or decline in performance or stagnation. And therefore, also in this previous work, we were asking ourselves, okay, it is important, obviously, to sustain very high and high income region, but we have also the problem in policy terms to try to find opportunities and tap in the untapped potential of low income and middle income. So, European regional traps versus national middle-income traps, okay? Stagnation occurs at middle-income levels, and indeed, it occurs predominantly, but not uniquely, at the middle-income level. So we see heterogeneous growth trajectory across the European clubs or even sub-clubs of regions, from above. So if you were once a very successful manufacturing center or very successful economic performance and now you are in decline, there are several examples in Europe, but also in the US, for example. From below, when you did the transition, the region actually transitioned from low level to middle level, but didn't then make it to continue on the trajectory, or when you are for a long time a region of middle income and you are stuck there, you are stagnating, okay? So we also consider that behind this regional trajectory so diversified, there are more complex and diverse set of determinants. And therefore is not only a matter of measuring these things in terms of GDP per capita or GDP or wealth, okay? Because the structural determinants are very different. This obviously is behind the polarization of income at the regional and individual level, political backlash, and the geography of discontent, on which we had a very interesting session with Louise and other colleagues right before this one. So we adapted this conceptual framework of middle-income countries to consider this broader notion of development traps at different, level of wealth. So the objective was precisely, and this is actually the objective of a research agenda, not particularly of one only paper. You can find the report on the European Commission website, but the paper, academic paper, has been published open access in economic geography in July. So we wanted to identify the regions that were trapped or at risk to be trapped, and provide a suitable definition in dynamic terms. We wanted to, develop an indicator, a simple indicator that is widely applicable, detect factors, also the determinants that prevents region to move on, and to establish this, generally speaking, economic, social, political risk of these development traps, okay? Providing some indication for policy. Obviously, this is a big research agenda that needs more efforts than only a work, right? So how did we identify the development trap? Now, I won't go into the technicalities of the index. It's not this the right place, and I don't have time, but we base our index on the three dimensions of dynamism, okay? To take into account three variables that could give us more variation of the concept of being trapped, and could capture more different trajectories of these regions that approach and are stuck in stagnation. So welfare, so GDP per capita, productivity, labor productivity, so precisely gross value added per worker, and employment, in order to capture somehow the dynamics in the region between labor demand and supply. The regional performance, precisely because our concept is dynamics, is being looked at relative to three dimensions. The region compared to itself, okay? Previous 5 years, our study actually takes into account windows of 10 years, and so how the region is against itself. How the region is doing compared to the rest of the country, so other regions within the country, and how it is doing relative to the EU average. This is a way to sort of control from policy adopted at the national level, or shocks like, the Great Depression, that actually, are affecting everybody. And these three dimensions are combined in one index, okay? We have two alternative measures of this, a basic index that use dummies, basically saying, measuring whether a region is in a development trap or at risk or not. It's very simple, it's very intuitive, it's based on 3 dummies for each of these 3 indicators that I just mentioned, and is, simple, gives basically the performance, the relative performance of each region relative to these 3 benchmarks. And then we have different indicators, different in the sense that takes into account the degree, the extent of acceleration of these 3 variables, and deviation relative to the country and to the EU average is more nuanced. I have to say that these 2 are qualitatively comparable. The DT2 is actually provide a more detailed, nuanced description, but is also much more sensitive to outliers, which are quite a lot, looking at NUTS2 regions, and is less intuitive. So our preferred mission is actually DT1, Development Trap 1, and an important thing to actually highlights is that we are agnostic about previous performance level, in the sense that we do not condition on region past performance, or we capture precisely poorly performant regions at any level of income, and therefore different growth or lack of growth trajectories. So this is an example of DT1 and DT2. This is calculated as an average of 1919-2015. You can see more or less, except a few exceptions, that DTI1 and DTI2 are mostly consistent. Generally speaking, obviously, you can change the timing and therefore the initial level of reference, but the greatest risk, as you can see, are mostly in French region, in my own country, Italy, and we have been talking about Italy a lot in terms of discontent, in terms of development trap. I mean, we are, as usual, distinguishing ourselves, which is in the north, but also in the south, Greek regions, old industrial regions in the UK, for example, the Midlands, right? I mean, really once very important center of production activities, and nowadays stuck in a long-term decline. It is generally lower in Germany and in Central and Eastern European regions, okay? This is the average, however, right? It cannot reflect present risks of development trap, and therefore our measure, the beauty in a way of our measure is precisely that they are available at the yearly basis, so allowing to capture trends and changes. This has been also adopted in the last 8th report on territorial cohesion by the European Commission. This is just, I wanted to show you that this is the average scores. These are only the top quantile, 2 quantiles, the average scores for 2001-2015, so a more recent timing. And you can see the darker regions, basically, the darker color are those stuck in the above the 70 percentile, and so they are stuck in development trap, while the lighter colors are those that are between the 50th and 70th percentile, so at high risk. The blue ones are obviously high income, yellow middle income, and red poor, low income, okay? So is the cross two-dimensional charts, and you can see again that mostly the 2 indicators are consistent. Now, this is a diagnostic for the region at the present state, not looking at the future. So we are not providing magic wands, but to just mention some characteristics that are in development trap regions. Again, these are conditional average by DT1, only the first index, categories, and income group levels, okay? And what we can see here, again, the blue, yellow, and red are high, very high income, middle income, and low income, that are consistent with the European Commission definition, so are translatable into policy quite easily. We can see that, you know, the regions in development traps or at high risk are characterized by, for example, lower shares relative to those that are non-stuck, obviously, lower shares of manufacturing, particularly lower for middle income regions, highest share of non-market services, so those that in principle were in the ancient time public services, health, welfare, education, and particularly through this in middle income trap, we have higher dependency ratio, as you won't expect, lowest level of secondary education, particularly in the low income regions, although higher shares of tertiary education. This is very interesting, particularly in low medium income. And thinking about, for example, Italy, this is interesting because a lot of graduates are from southern universities, but then they don't find, you know, allocation in the labor market in the south, and so that can actually create this. Then innovation indicators are more related to levels of income, and quality of government is inversely correlated. So conclusions is development trap is a concept that we think might be useful precisely to take into account this diversity of trajectory in a dynamic setting, and there are many advantages of having a measure and, you know, capture a different dimension of development. Let me just finish. Is a simple diagnostic tool that we you know, can be useful in grouping regions in Europe. So I want just to mention in my last slides some broad implication. So this can be actually a very good basis for policy thinking versus is dynamic versus the photograph of a place in a state. The development trap can take place at all income levels, high income, low income, and obviously middle income. And this can help us addressing the gap in policy. So far, we have been particularly focused on most least developed regions, which is obviously necessary, but the discontent comes probably from this region stuck in the middle, and we have to do something about it, okay? Development traps seem to be the main source of people turning to populism and precisely discontent. Are the places that don't matter, yeah? The places that are left behind. Without addressing this problem, we are not addressing the consequences of globalization and most of the economic and social challenges that we see currently in Europe and not only. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simona. I think this was very clear, and I want now to pass on to Luis Dijkstra. Luis, you put this in the cohesion report, and I know that the Commission never does anything by accident. I have also the feeling that it captures very much also the situation of what we, in the very old time, we call the Objective 2 issue, the transition issue, and so forth. So, taking into account what you heard from the World Bank about the persistence of and the long-term duration of the challenge we have, and taking into our most recent research from the London School, what are the policy conclusions for Europe and for the European Union? Luis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Thomas. It's a hard act to follow. I'm very happy to be here and appreciate the presentation by Simona and Shomek. I'll try and give you a couple of the thoughts that went into responding to these reports. And we launched the World Bank report at the European Commission. We're very happy to do that, and I was also closely involved in the work with Andres and Simona. So I'm guilty of at least some association with both reports. So wanted to go back a little bit and look, and so what are the causes that we see of low development, and what can we do about them? In a way, it's like just summarizing a little bit our thinking, because I think development traps are different in the sense that they don't necessarily are caused by a single issue. And I'll talk, this is just a little overview, but I'll give you some examples from the Cohesion report as well. So Shomik talked about structural transformation and really trying to move activities into sectors with higher productivity, higher value added. I think that is indeed a key issue and also still very important for Europe. Accessibility, I noticed that now, in contrast to the WDR of 2009, transport policy infrastructure is now considered a place-based policy, no longer spatially blind. I think that's right, always should have been there. Thinking about capital stock, of course, this is very important. We saw it also in the presentations on total factor productivity. Urbanization, now this one is a bit tricky, and I want to get back to that, because overall what we notice is definitely in the EU is that urbanization is changing very, very slowly. So I don't think we need to overemphasize what we'll get from there. Low levels of education definitely can be an obstacle, but just, in boosting the supply is not enough. You definitely also need to work on the demand for higher education and training. Now, and the development traps, I'll get back to that at the end, are more complicated to tackle than these kind of individual challenges. Now, this is a complicated table, and I apologize, but I quite like it because it provides you a lot of information. If you look at the top line here, it shows you the share of employment and GVA in agriculture. And if you look at our less developed regions in the Union, you see that they still have more than double the EU average employment in agriculture. In some of these regions, it even reaches up to 30% of employment in agriculture. All realistic scenarios of what's going to happen there is we expect over time that to drop to 3%. Basically, by scaling up, by industrializing, by modernizing this sector, we expect a substantial reduction of employment there. And you can see that if you look at the red bars below, you can see rapid reductions in that employment in agriculture. So what you see here is what you would expect. The most rapid reductions in agricultural employment are happening in the regions with the highest share. So this is structural transformation at work. Hooray. Some people are a bit intimidated because, of course, it means not only just changing sector, but also structural transformation can have spatial consequences. People leaving agriculture, taking a job in industry and service may also do that elsewhere. But long story short here, structural transformation is still an incredibly important factor also for less developed regions in the EU. Transport performance. I'm not part of the asphalt lobby. On the contrary, I'm always quite skeptical about the need of another highway. But having said that, especially after enlargement, we definitely have regions, cities in Eastern EU which are not very well connected. And I'm convinced that connecting them to the trans-European networks for transport would help and do so. And here on the maps you can see the dark colors in blue, regions with very good road performance, and then in red, regions with very good rail performance. We will never be able to reach the same level of performance everywhere, but we can definitely see that cities and even rural areas in Central and Eastern Europe have a substantially lower performance, both for road and rail. So I do think improving that would help their capacity to grow in the medium term. When it comes to agglomeration economies, here it gets a bit more complicated. And again, a complicated set of slides, but I want to talk about two things. First, I want to talk about economics on the left. And you can see, we look at the capital metropolitan region, other metropolitan regions, and non-metro regions. If you start from the bottom here, you can see that in Eastern EU, highest growth in the capital, lowest growth in the non-metro, other metro in between. And this is clearly true for GDP per capita and also for employment creation. So there, a clear pattern. Southern EU, much lower growth rates over these almost 2 decades, but the same pattern. Capital highest, non-metro lowest, other metro in between. But when we look at Northwestern Europe, this includes France, Germany, the Nordics, the Benelux, we don't see the same pattern. Capital metros grow slightly above average. Other metros grow more slowly than non-metro regions. On average, metro regions and non-metro regions grow at the same rate in northwestern EU. So it kind of highlights that, yes, there can be a growth advantage to being a metropolitan region, but right now that advantage is only obvious in eastern and southern EU and no longer present in northwestern EU. And this is a period of almost 2 decades, right? So there you can see that from a growth perspective in northwestern Europe, we cannot really talk about a substantial agglomeration effect in terms of growth. Also, we talked about subnational disparities, and Shomek emphasized that they were smaller in more developed countries and high-income countries. And as a result, I would actually expect, and you also see that when we look at, say, income differences by degree of urbanization, over time the gaps shrink. Income differences by degree of urbanization in Eastern Europe are much higher than they are in Northwestern Europe. And so the only way to achieve that is higher growth in rural areas. That's how you reduce that gap than in cities. So my expectation is, yes, right now we're seeing higher growth in capital metro regions and other metro regions, but over time we will see a catch-up and actually a reversal of that situation with higher growth in non-metro regions to end up in a situation similar to Northwestern Europe where the income differences are much smaller. Now, we mentioned structural transformation and spatial concentration of population, and here you can clearly see a very similar pattern in all 3 areas. So if you look at, well, I don't know if you can see this, but if you look at the other chart, we are looking at population change. If you look at the column at the far right, you can see capital regions grow faster in all 3 regions, right? Northwestern, southern, eastern, the same. Other metros grow faster or shrink more slowly, and then finally non-metros grow the least quickly or shrink slightly. So there clearly population change is expressing or is showing a clear benefit of being in especially the capital metro region. And this is surprising in the sense that it's not necessarily purely a result of net migration, but it's especially a result of natural population change. You can see very high growth rates in the capital metro regions in northwestern, but also in southern and eastern EU, you see a preference for natural change in the capital metro. Net migration plays a role, especially in the east, but if you look at northwest and southern, net migration differences between non-metro and the other ones are not so strong. Long, complicated story, but just to try and tell you, there is some evidence of net migration towards metro regions, but it's not very strong, and it won't dramatically alter urbanization over time. Now, I've talked a lot about demography, and I still am talking a lot about demography, and I wanted to give you one little snapshot. We have an aging baby boom. The generation 30 to 60 is much larger than 0 to 30, even larger than all the people born outside the EU in the Union today. So inevitably, we're not going to have migration from outside the EU sufficiently large to overcome that gap, that age gap. So as a result, we're going to shrink. Slowly, not dramatically, but more and more people are going to live in a shrinking region. So this is something, say, a new reality we need to get used to and not try and fight pointlessly. And this has the following consequences. We'll see more and more people living in a region that is experiencing slow, most cases, population reductions. These are some projections from Eurostat for the next couple of decades. In red, you can see the regions losing population. If you look over time, this is 30 to 40, and this is 40 to 50. You see an increasing amount of red. So more places are going to see that reduction. And now, we're going to see a little bit of urbanization due to that, because you can see that the cities tend to be blue, but the strange thing is it's going to be urbanization because the rural population is shrinking, not because the cities are necessarily getting bigger. So usually we assume urbanization means urban growth, means bigger cities, means bigger agglomeration economies, means more productivity. Here, we're just going to have less people in rural areas, and the cities might just only be able to hold their population constant. So that has a different implications for the economic consequences there. Now, This one is a very important point I'd like to make. And it's about something we've talked about earlier, scale, geographic scale. Shomek gave a nice example of a small mining town in Nevada that became a ghost town. I'm convinced we will experience some of that in Europe too. If you go through the countryside in Europe, you can see small hamlets, small villages that used to be inhabited in the distant past. We're going to get some small reductions in population, in some countries maybe even rapid, and as a result, we will also see some of those settlements disappear. But we're not talking about an entire city disappearing. We're not talking about an entire region disappearing. The fact that we can't maintain population in all villages is not the same as the fact that we cannot maintain population in all regions. We can't empty out large lagging regions. They need to have, they will be there, people will live there, and we need to consider what kind of future we give them. So I think migration as a solution to lagging regions is unrealistic. Some villages may become non-viable, as the World Bank said, but every single region in the Union will remain viable and will continue to exist in the future. So, trying to wrap up, development trap, excellent work by the team, many thanks. We tried to update that that big report by adding more years. We looked at the same issues at the 3 geographic scales, and we looked at the years from, say, 2000 to 2018. Here you can see all the regions, including the high-income ones, and the dark color ones are the ones that have been trapped for the longest time. Just wanted to talk you through this graph here. We looked by level of income in 2000 at a number of characteristics, and we see that the trapped regions have less GVA in industry, have lower levels of R&D expenditure, lower levels of education, and lower levels of institutional quality. So clearly, these are factors that are contributing to the fact that they're trapped. And I want to emphasize that if we look at these 3 categories you see here, the likelihood of being trapped peaks between 75% and 100% of EU GDP per capita. Below 75%, it's very rare for somebody to live in a trapped region. These places are so poor, have so much benefits from cohesion policy, from being part of the single market, that they can really catch up quite easily. But in that middle category, it's much harder. And one of the reasons it's harder, that fixing one aspect is not going to change it. It's not just by improving education or not just by investing in innovation that you'll actually make a difference. You need to address all of these things at the same time. And that's much harder than just improving transport infrastructure or improving some basic aspects of your regional economy. So because you need to address these issues at the same time, it really requires a very high level of capacity of the administration to really drive those policies through. So, wrapping up, causes of low development really vary tremendously from region to region, and we don't need to come with a one-size-fits-all approach. The impact of migration on an urbanization, I think, is relatively small. Also at the global level, that's often been overemphasized, and I don't think migration in and of itself will have a substantial impact on why subnational disparities are lower in high-income countries and more developed regions. So there are other aspects that help to drive that, and I actually think convergence of rural regions and less developed regions will help to that. Improving accessibility can promote economies of scale, but there is a limit to what you can do. Accessibility is useful up to a point, but beyond that, I don't think it will deliver a lot of additional benefits. What I tried to say on the 3rd bullet point may be a bit unclear. You can improve accessibility, and it will help firms to reach higher economies of scale, but that firm might not necessarily choose to be located in the less developed region. So overall, your country might become more productive, but that production might not necessarily take place in the region that is less developed. So transport can play a role, won't necessarily always benefit the less developed regions, but there's a maximum beyond which you really get decreasing returns to scale, or even starting to have costs. So I wouldn't emphasize that. And for the development-trapped regions, this is clearly an important vein of research that we've just kicked off. I think there's still a lot of questions to be answered there, but they require, to our interpretations, coordinated action on multiple fronts to really overcome these combination of obstacles to higher growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. And I think we have still 10 minutes left, so I would like to open the floor for some questions. Please say who you are, and I see here in front and in the back a colleague wants to raise a question. Please.
Thank you very much. Very interesting contributions. I wanted to highlight something and to ask Luis what he thinks about it. You say that the shrinking regions are not a typical problem and something related to migration because it's related to aging. But I think there is an internal heterogeneity here in this problem that you're a little bit brushing off perhaps hurriedly, because the shrinking regions started as a debate some time ago, and I remember Hans Westlund was talking about it in terms of the impact from immigration. You remember our Romanian colleague from the first plenary session? Well, our regions, Romania, Bulgaria, this part of the world, yes, they're aging, but they also have this brain drain, which essentially turns to be a blood drain because it's the young people leaving. And this is not a thing which is happening in the western part of Europe. So how is this taken into consideration in what you said, and could it be taken a little bit, you know, more geographically and regionally zoomed in? Thanks.
Thank you. And there is a question in the back. I've just been told we have only 5 minutes, so I have to ask you to be brief. Yes, we can hear you.
This one also doesn't work. No, it does. Okay. Well, it's for Mr. Dijkstra, please. There has been a statement, a saying often used by policymakers, and it's been elevated to a level of a general truth and guidance, and it says, roads bring development. Could you comment on that, please?
So before giving the floor to the speakers, is there any other question who you want to be raised? I also look online, there is none. If not, then I would suggest the colleagues, maybe Luis, you start, and then I would also ask that Sam and also Somik and Simona to come in. Maybe sure. Luis, you start.
So on the brain drain question, this is actually something we have been currently investigating, and it's a tricky topic. To put it simply, Romania and Bulgaria, as far as we can tell, have had substantial outmigration, a lot of people leaving. To the extent we can check, we don't see a skills bias. So there is the equivalent of 20% of the Romanian population is living in another EU member state. But among that population, the share of tertiary educated is very similar to that in Romania. So for me, I look at it from a relative perspective. If all those people were to go back to Romania, there would be more people in Romania, but the share of tertiary educated would be exactly the same. So for me, I wouldn't necessarily call that brain drain. I mean, you could call it net out migration. When it comes to youth, there's a strong life cycle element. And it's not because young people move away that people won't move back when they're older. And so some regions, they do move back, some they don't. But again, we've looked at the regions over the past 5 years to kind of determine what is the main factor to reductions in working age populations. And in the vast majority, it's natural change. There's really very few regions in Europe where net out-migration has a bigger impact on working age population than natural change. So natural change really is the main driver. Net migration can slow that down or it can accelerate it, but it's not the main source of working age population reduction. So that's why I'm emphasizing we need to learn to live with this rather than to pretend that we can reverse this or overcome this. So that's a bit of a critical remark, but meant in a good way. Roads lead to development. Well, roads to nowhere definitely don't lead to development. Roads to almost nowhere also don't lead to development. I think for a number of sectors, accessibility is important. You can provide that up to a certain level and it will be beneficial. If you continue to invest in transport infrastructure, it's just going to cost a lot of money and it costs a lot to maintain. So I think at a certain point it becomes counterproductive and you should avoid at all costs to overinvest in road infrastructure because it is a very expensive project, expensive to maintain. If you see that your highway is largely empty, then it probably wasn't a good idea. That's a bit of a brutal summary, but I think in the past we tended to overinvest in asphalt and overestimated the benefits that it would have. And what I was trying to say in my summary is it's not because you create a road that the benefits of that road would necessarily end up at one, in the poorest place that you're connecting. It might just mean that the companies in the rich place provide all the goods and services that are needed in that place.
Thank you, Luis. I would like to turn back to Somek and then afterwards at Simona to give a concluding remark. Somek, how do you see what you've heard about the development trap from the perspective of the World Bank?
Thanks so much, and I really appreciate the presentations that Simona and Luis gave. I have 3 thoughts on this debate about development traps. First, there's a very positive thing about the European Union. It is the only part of the world that has built an inclusive convergence machine. So if you were to look at the new member states in 1990, they were all low middle income countries. Today, they are well into high incomes. So there has been something about common markets, common institutions, about providing the basic goods and services that has triggered them into high incomes. The second challenge it may be that some regions in the European Union are not seeing the growth dividends as much compared to the people who are on the frontier. But there, how do we think about it? To me, it appears when I look at growth theory that it's simply that many of the drivers that got us from $10,000 to $18,000 per capita have run out of steam. The returns to putting in more asphalt, the returns to putting in more construction of schools, etc., they are reached its course. And I think now is the time for European leaders to think about a new mechanism where they engineer a new convergence machine, where they move the investment composition from, let's say, basic, I would call it imitation, towards innovation. And that's not only in doing high tech, which, as Luis will tell you, may lead to grand failures. It may be trying to do more with competition policy, trying to do more with social policy, trying to do more with diffusion of new technologies, which I think are very compatible with the way Philippe Aghion and his co-authors have been talking about Schumpeterian growth theory. So it may be a time to re-engineer that. The third point about this new convergence machine may be a focus away from aggregate statistics to looking at dynamics at the firm level, dynamics at the household level, because it is here where the role of incumbents versus new entrants becomes really challenging for future growth. It is here that all of European society needs to be able to invest in talent and human capital so they're part of the growth machine. And I think those are the shifts for almost the European model 2.0 that leads to convergence within, not only across member countries. So I'll stop here and thank you.
Thank you, Somek. And now, Simona.
What should I use here?
Yeah, this one is okay.
It works.
Yes,
Ah, right. I think it's a fascinating discussion, and I would like to emphasize that our development trap concept comes from a theoretical approach to development, economic but socio-economic development, that starts from the premises of a complex set of interrelated variables, not unique definitions or dimensions, that development is per se punctuated as a trajectory, diversified, that structural change hits differently, and we have seen that a lot across Europe, and that innovation, which is one of these multiple bases for, let's say, development, I prefer development than respect to growth, means things that are different, and it's not only technology, but innovation nowadays is also conceived as social. So, I mean, this is, you know, a vision that might contrast with others, but the debate is open, and it's always a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you all the panelists, because I think we had a very inspiring discussion, and Somek, you said it, we need to think about the new convergence machine, but we also think that we have had a convergence machine. We do it on the basis of strengths. We have to add it with the complexities we have, but also addressing the key challenges for the future, and that is exactly what this conference is about. So in this sense, I would like to thank all three speakers, thank all the audience, and have a good further discussion here at the conference. Thank you.
we are shining.
I didn't see the change.
Yeah, yeah. So there's an advantage there.
Ah, okay. I thought you did.
Yeah, let's see.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes? Well, thank you for being here. This is the last session of the day, and we had already quite a lot of discussions, but we will keep this, I think, very interesting as well. And yesterday, when we started, during the dinner speeches, Anna Dobre, who is here, said that cohesion policy is a policy in dire need of new ideas. And the spirit of today's session is exactly this, to bring new ideas. And the best way to bring new ideas is actually to involve people, younger researchers who come to cohesion policy with fresh eyes and with fresh minds. And that's why we're very delighted here to have 6 bright newcomers to the field, early career scholars who will be presenting their innovative work. So there will be 6. We will not have too much time, but we will keep it dynamic, as Alessandro will explain. My name is Laura Polverari. I come from the University of Padua, and I will be co-moderating together with Alessandro Rainoldi, who many of you already know, who is, of course, head of unit for territorial development at the JRC in Seville for the European Commission. So we will start in this order. So the first one to illustrate his research is Fabien Gall, who is both a civil servant in the region of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes in France, but also he's doing his PhD for another region in France at the University of Rennes. And then he will talk about cohesion policy and the barriers to access to funding from cohesion policy. And then we will have Dima Yankova, if I pronounced it well, who is a PhD candidate as well at Ingenio, which is a joint research center funded by the Spanish National Research Council and the University Politécnica de Valencia. And she will talk about smart specialization and knowledge recombination and the role of networks, basically. And then we have Kira Gatsu-Katsuyanni, who is a postdoc from the London School of Economics, and she will illustrate a very interesting research project which she has already completed, I think, by and large, on basically how EU cohesion policy and agricultural policy facilitate local cooperative activities in contexts that per se would not be so favorable for cooperation.
And then we'll have Rami Shamsin talking about green, social and thematic bonds, solution to local authorities funding gap from the University of Greenwich. Then Ruggero Cefalo, PhD at Urbino University and postdoc at the University of Vienna, talking about the labor market, so for the youth, and the integration of labor market in the European regions, opportunity and challenges for cohesion. And finally, oh my God,
sorry.
How can you, that's my technology, technological literacy or illiteracy. Then finally, Milad Abbasi Harofte, assistant professor at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, who will present, will talk about greening at the periphery, an analysis of geography, technology, and markets across EU regions. And without further ado, I just would like to let you know that you will have 7 minutes for your presentations, and we'll set aside a few minutes, let's say up to 5 minutes, immediately following each of the presentations for interaction with the audience. This should allow us to have a further debate at the end of the session. So my only plea for you is to try to be sharp on your presentations, clear on the key messages, and also on maybe the points, the issues that you wish to share with the audience and where you would like to get feedback from the audience. So I will immediately let the floor to Fabien Gall. And okay, Fabien, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the introductions. That helps me save 1 minute since time is short so I can immediately jump into the content of my presentation. So the main question, research question of my work is who has access to EU cohesion policy funding and how? Now I'm still kind of at the start of my PhD project, so I don't have the answer to the question yet, but I will try to make a point why this question is worth asking and why it is important to consider it. So first of all, or the straightforward answer to the question why it is important is because there's a problem of access. We've heard this morning the delays of implementation, that there's absorption pressures, and it is difficult to implement, and there's also evidence that in some programs at least, it's always the same beneficiaries who are reoccurring, who are reapplying for funding, and some managing authorities, like the managing authority I come from, struggle to incite new project promoters to make an application to cohesion policy. At the same time, we've also heard it several times today, there's the argument of complexity. It's too complex to implement cohesion policy. So it seems to be logical to conclude that the complexity is the reason for the problems that we're seeing in access. Looking at rational actor models, that seems quite logical because if you consider cost-benefit analysis, the more administrative tasks there are, the more you need to respond to understand complexity, fulfill requirements, the less interesting it gets for you to apply to funding. So naturally, policymakers have put significant effort into simplification. There's simplified cost options, there's other measures that try to make the implementation of cohesion policy more easy and thus reduce complexity. But it seems, at least at this stage, that the problems of access continue. We still have implementation delays increasing from programming period to programming period, and also recurrent beneficiaries still seem to continue. So we can ask ourselves, are the simplification efforts non-effective, or are there maybe other factors explaining access? And this is exactly my starting point. So I define the access as having two dimensions. So on the one hand, there is the public policy, and there's quite a lot of work being done on public policy, on the design of public policy, on the instruments, how we choose the instruments. And I won't go into detail of this discussion, but the important element to take away from it is that there is a targeting of the public policy, because in times of limited resources, we need to make sure that we reach the project promoters which are in a position to fulfill the objectives of the policy the best way. So that's the traditional approach. But in my view, there's another dimension, and that's the reception by the target audience. So it's not, we cannot assume that if we put policy instruments in place, the beneficiaries will automatically apply for funding. So my argument is that we need to take into account the role of or the behavior and the characteristics of project promoters in applying to funding. Yeah, I think for time I'll skip this. Surprisingly, I did not find work that looks at this beneficiary focus in cohesion policy literature or in territorial policy literature overall. I find this surprising because if you look at other policy areas, there are quite some studies that look at the implementation of public policies that go beyond the maybe rational actor model explanations of access, and they advance other explanatory factors of the access to a public policy. So I think it is needed to include that beneficiary focus into the analysis of how cohesion policy works. How to do it? Taking a beneficiary perspective, there are 3 preconditions for access. The first is a potential beneficiary needs to be aware of the funding opportunities. Once aware, there also needs to be willingness and motivation to make the application and to request funding. And finally, there is a capacity issue, the ability to establish a project, make the application, meet the requirements, and get the funding approved. I've looked at different literature, and by analogy, I came up with some theoretical and explanatory factors, which I've structured around these 3 preconditions from my previous slide. Those theoretical factors include like the inclusion into policy networks. If you have a network, you're more likely to be aware of funding opportunities. Communication is an important explanatory factor, as it is a precondition for awareness. You need to find out about the funding opportunities, but it also has an impact on the perception of structural funds. So if you only hear about cohesion policy being complex, you might not be willing to make the application. There's also identity. Do you identify with the European project? Do you want to contribute to European objectives? Local identity is also important. Do you want to contribute to local development? And then in terms of the ability, there's the internal organization of a potential beneficiary. Do you maybe rely on external support? Do you dedicate special staff? So all these questions are important and are worth exploring further. Just role of the MA's administrator, so there's also another factor. And given that cohesion policy is quite broad in scope, I expect there's variation across the thematic intervention area and the type of beneficiary. I see time has run up, just one word. So the next step is obviously to put this theoretical model into testing. In a case study of the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, applying a mixed methodology, and I hope to be ready with then the answer of my initial questions, who has access and how, for the 4th Joint Cohesion Policy Conference. I'm not sure when that is, but I'll be ready, I promise. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fabian, not only because you broke the ice with your first presentation, but also because the people in the audience cannot see, he had a timer, so he could see the seconds pass, and it's really, really tough actually to do a presentation and watching constantly the time. So, I don't know, of course they have to learn, we have to learn. So are there any questions? One question to start with for Fabian from the floor. No? Maybe I'll... Yes, please then, Anna.
And Vasilis.
Oh, or Vasilis, whoever. Ladies first, Anna.
Thank you. So, I'm Anna Maria Dobra from the European Commission. What would be interesting, Fabian, is from where you have started with the 2, like with investigating whether the starting point, for the access and how and why, then to, I would guess, to pass in a second stage to how to link it better, like with the conditions at the policy level, So it's beneficiary on one side, and then the rules and the environment of the policy on the other side. And that I did not see much in the presentation. Of course, it's 7 minutes. But I think that in order to have the 2 sizes, I would say, and to have a more fully fledged approach to understanding the process per se, and to introduce the focus of beneficiary into that, is indeed to also look from the perspective of the policy, the conditions, the preconditions, and also the the capacity as well. Yeah, so you'd have all these elements that without them, the focus of beneficiary would only be, would be interesting to fill in the gap in research, but it would not tell the whole story, I think. Yeah, so that was less of a question, but it was more of a, you know, like how to get to the next step, how to link it further with the policy and with the needs of research that we currently have. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vasilis, and then you can maybe reflect. Yeah. Vasilis Monasteriotis. Yeah.
So also a very quick comment in this, well, in a different direction, but in the same spirit, that I didn't see a lot about in the very few minutes of presentation about the material constraints, like, you know, access to finance, size of potential applicants. And of course, that depends also on the, so it reflects the composition of the region. So I would recommend, if I may, that, you know, when you design the questionnaire, you go to do the participant observation and the process tracing, you need to think about other things. So I can think about financial constraints, financial constraints, and financial capacity, but also some sort of network. Many of the projects, you have to combine actors together, and if your region is not good enough in combining actors together, then that's a deterrent. So if you focus too much on the individual potential beneficiary, you may miss out on environmental factors that may play a role.
Thank you. Are there any more comments? Yeah, I will add one comment. I think in developing the research sort of a framework to start with, you might want to think of a research hypothesis to guide your empirical analysis, insofar as thinking based on what was just said, so the characteristics of the beneficiaries and the characteristics of the policy, your expectations based on what you find in the literature as to which kind of beneficiaries might find, you know, more barriers to access cohesion policy funding. Mm-hmm. So I think, I don't know if Alessandro has some comments or...
Well, not really. I think that this discussion, even if it's very, very quick, I would say supports the idea, in my view, that if you want to invest in capacities at the local level, at the regional level, you don't necessarily need to invest only in government capacity, but also in the capacity of the overall community to actually respond to the policy solicitations that come from the government. So a bit kind of broaden the scope of the actions in terms of capacity building. That's just a comment.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you want
please.
to just react.
You would like to react?
Yeah, to all questions I have. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for all the feedback. I mean, the policy side, of course, it's very important. The way I try to address this is the policy side, I see it as a given, as a context, which I will have a chapter on, which I've actually already started drafting. Then I see also the link to the policy as the policy implications that will come out of my research. So looking at the potential beneficiaries and how they react will hopefully also give me insight on what specific element of the policy design is creating a problem at the level of the beneficiary. So the idea is really to take the lens from the bottom up to look at the policy rather than look at the policy instruments and look at the impact the policy instrument is having. My idea is to look from bottom up the potential beneficiary and then have the implications on the policy itself. I think stop here. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabian. And now we move immediately to Dima Yankova, who will be talking about a Hamletic or Hamlet-style question, to link or not to link, and exploring the drivers of tie formation in regional knowledge networks. So Dima, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I was just thinking that my presentation actually aligns very well with the previous one because I'm going to talk about network between actors. More specifically, like regional R&D networks. We know that they're important for a number of reasons. among them knowledge sharing, knowledge exchange. They also facilitate pooling of resources, distribution of costs. They can also lead to technological convergence between different regional industries. And I think policy prescriptions are increasingly reflecting this. I've taken just an excerpt from a handbook on implementing smart specialization, which states that regions must strengthen their internal networks, creating triple helix or quadruple helix relationships between different knowledge-generating actors. And knowledge-generating actors here refers not only to universities and research centers, but also companies, civil society organizations, government bodies, and so on. So while there is this shared understanding that strengthening R&D networks is important, I think there's still some open questions regarding the nature of these networks, how they emerge, how they evolve over time, and what are some of the mechanisms that drive tie formation. Of course, these questions are not new, and there's quite a lot of literature on the issue, and even though it's very difficult to summarize in just one slide, I would mention two of the most common drivers of tie formation. One of them is past partnership. So when two organizations have already partnered in the past, there is a sense of trust that is built over time and makes it more likely for these two organizations to continue that collaboration in the future and repeatedly partner again. The second factor is more of a network level element. It's called triadic closure, and it refers to a situation where two organizations, in this case A and B, are more likely to partner with each other if they have a third partner in common. And that third party reference can serve as a good sort of source of information about the reliability of the two actors, what type of information, knowledge, or resources they may provide. So in order to explore these questions, I look at a particular region. My empirical analysis is focused only on the region of Valencia in Spain. And I gathered data about publicly funded regional collaborative R&D projects for the period 2016 to 2022. I looked at two funding organizations in particular, AVI and IVASE. The only thing you need to know about these two organizations is that collectively they manage 75% of the funding that the Valencian government designated for the implementation of smart specialization. So our reasoning was, if I'm a company or a research center and I have a project in mind, I'm quite likely to apply to one of these two organizations. Because we combine different types of open calls, we also wanted to make sure that the typology of the projects is similar. So we only look at projects that concern industrial research or experimental development. So these are more of an innovation, there's an innovation focus in these projects. The pool of beneficiaries is quite wide, so it's not limited only to companies or research centers or universities. And I think the most important feature of the data set is that we included both approved and rejected projects. We managed to get our hands on data on rejected projects as well. The only thing I would highlight briefly from this slide is the number or the share of approved projects. So there was a very nice split in the data. So about half of the projects received the funding they applied for, the other half were rejected. So once we collected the data in the 7-year period, our first task was to map it and see, well, during these 7 periods of funding, what kind of network did these partnerships end up creating? And we see on the left-hand side, this is a map of the Valencian region. It is highly concentrated along the 3 main industrial centers, and that kind of made us question also to what extent are we really capturing a regional knowledge network. But there is, of course, some participation from more rural municipalities. On the right-hand side, you see the same map, but it is mapped aspatially. And you can see that it's highly centralized. This is not unusual or surprising. Other case studies in different regions also show that usually there are a couple of actors that are very central in the network, and they serve as a glue that holds the network together. Otherwise, it would be a lot more fragmented. And these tend to be universities or research centers. So that's why I've marked them in a different color, so you could hopefully see them more clearly. The next step was to actually test whether the two mechanisms that are commonly cited in the literature are in operation in the case of Valencia, and we found positive and significant coefficients both for path partnership and for triadic closure. But as I said, because we had information on rejected projects as well, what we wanted to see is whether not having received the funding actually changed the collaborative behavior of entities or the way they select partners. And what we found is that actually it doesn't. So even in cases when organizations did not receive the funding that they applied for, they're still more likely to choose each other as partners in the subsequent period. The same is also true for triadic closure. So when that third-party reference is an organization with which either A or B failed to obtain funding, so they applied together but did not receive funding for that project, Still, that third-party reference seems to be a strong predictor for future collaboration. So that leads me to a few key takeaway points. On the one hand, because failed partnership turned out to be an equally strong predictor of future collaboration, I think it's important to think about including that as a factor when we try to either predict or map how a network might behave in the future. But more importantly, I think the fact that repeated collaboration was such a strong factor might also be raising some concerns about the danger of over-embeddedness, and this is something that other researchers have also pointed to. So when two organizations are repeatedly choosing each other as collaborators, it is worth asking the question, at least I think in the case of Valencia, to what extent did these 7 years of policy implementation end up creating new links between organizations that were not familiar with each other before, or was it simply reinforcing an already existing network and making the connections even stronger? And of course, there is nothing inherently bad with either one of these approaches, but I think, at least in the region that I looked at, there was a misalignment between what was set out to be achieved and what was actually achieved. I think there was a lot more reinforcement of a network that was already in place and a lot of repeated collaborations between partners that were already familiar with each other and had already worked together before, as opposed to expanding the network and bringing in new actors in order to diversify or to branch out or to combine perhaps different sources of knowledge, different industries, and so on. So there's only 10 seconds left, so I will leave it at that, and yeah, happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Dima. Any questions from the audience or comment? Yes, please, Sally.
Sally Hardy from Regional Studies Association. As somebody that tries to build networks, I know how difficult it is to get people to talk to each other at a personal level, never mind at an institutional level. So do you think that the EU institutions should be doing more to force institutions to reach out and find new partners? Slightly twisting what you've said round.
Thank you, Sally. Any other question or comment? Yes, Laura, please.
Laura De Dominicis from the DG Regio. I have a question if you had any qualitative information on which type of network were created by the repeated or the triadic, whether it was like a university, private, or I don't know, I think you have qualifiers up to the quadruple helix, and if those like repeated qualitative characteristics.
Okay, any other question or comment? No, maybe I can try to make a couple of comments. I mean, the points you raise are very interesting, especially for someone like me who has been extensively involved in the issue of regional innovation strategies and regional innovation ecosystems. And maybe I would just like to make a comment on some kind of further steps that are just my thoughts. One is about the role of certain institutions or organizations inside the collaboration networks. I think your data show that I think some universities or research centers are kind of orchestrators of networks. And maybe a step forward would be to understand what does that mean in particular. So what makes an organization an orchestrator of an innovation network or a network of a collaboration network? And the second one is about your I think last slide, or the point of the development of alliances between key orchestrators or key organizations. So in that way, I see the issue of maybe incumbents allying amongst themselves and build a network of incumbents, therefore protecting themselves against entry of different of competitors. And of course, that is an issue, and I think on my side it's a problem of trying to disentangle this relation and try to break the barriers that this alliance between incumbents might generate. So this is a comment. Laura, would you like to?
No, I'm not going to add anything. I just, we have 1 minute for reactions, okay, and then we pass on to the next. Sorry. No. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting questions and comments. Okay, I'll try to address them quickly, one by one. Should we do more? Yes, but at least my observations in this case is that while in the case of Valencia there was a lot of funding designated for collaborative projects, of course there were quite a lot for the individual beneficiaries, but it seemed that the region was investing in building this network. The problem was in the specifications they were setting in these open calls, which made it so easy for incumbents to actually reinforce partnerships that they had already been engaging in for quite a long time. So I would say that, yes, we have to invest more, but we also have to put out some restrictions in the open calls themselves that make it perhaps a bit harder for that repetition to actually occur. Around the role of I assume that you mean the institution or the organizational background of the organizations. We have that data, and what was interesting, even though we haven't completely exploited that, but what I found interesting is that even though neither of the open calls actually explicitly required the presence of a university or a research center in the consortium, that still produced a very centralized network around these main actors who were consistent collaborators. So, yeah, even in cases when it's not a requirement and there are projects which actually were entirely between companies, there was no public research institution present, but many of the triads and the consortium that we observed within the network have at least one organization that is a public research organization. Yeah, I think that's more or less what I noted down. So
thank you very much. Yeah, the last points were suggestions, so you can reflect in your own time. And we'll pass the floor now to Kira Garzu-Katsuyanni to present her research. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. My name is Kira Garzu-Katsuyanni. I'm a political economist, and I'm doing currently my postdoc at the LSE's European Institute. And today I'll present a few findings from my PhD project entitled Cooperation Against the Odds. So as you see, there's very good kind of thematic coherence in the panel so far. So as we have already heard, and I would like to reinforce, local cooperation is a key ingredient for fostering territorially inclusive growth. I'm talking about the slightly different types of cooperation. So I'm talking about inter-firm cooperation and how it can help small firms acquire capabilities collectively that they would not otherwise have individually, for example, for quality upgrading or branding. Also, I'm talking about kind of cooperation in remote declining areas to help generate new types of economic activity, such as alternative tourism. So kind of these are some of the types of outcomes that can be associated with local cooperation, and which is why cooperation among local stakeholders is considered such an important part of place-based policies. Nevertheless, we know relatively little about how to foster such cooperation, especially in settings with low trust and weak institutions, where it is the hardest to get. And this is the topic of my PhD. I address it drawing on 8 case studies within Greece, which is generally considered to be an unfavorable general context for cooperation. So in my thesis, I develop a framework, a theoretical framework that can help us understand how macro-level policies, both domestically and at the EU level, can help reduce the obstacles to local cooperation. And in this framework, I build on Elinor Ostrom's book, Governing the Commons. And like Ostrom, I recognize that public authorities cannot impose local cooperation from above. Local leadership is always necessary to trigger cooperation in adverse circumstances. So it is local leaders who will gradually introduce cooperative norms and identify solutions to collective action problems that stakeholders face. But macro-level policies can do a lot to facilitate the work of those leaders, and they can do that in 5 ways. Firstly, they can encourage the adoption of locally applicable rules that help address the concrete collective action problems that local stakeholders are facing. Secondly, they can empower local communities to define their own plans and rules rather than imposing them from above. Thirdly, and very important for low-trust settings, they can help ensure that local rules are actually enforced. Fourthly, they can subsidize the upfront costs of cooperation, which are often very high. And finally, they can discourage opportunistic behavior by new entrants in the local market. And I call macro-level policies that satisfy those 5 characteristics facilitative overarching institutional frameworks. I would now like to give you an example that is surprising of a policy that actually satisfies those 5 characteristics. This is geographical indications in the wine sector. That's geographical indications fall in the scope of agricultural policy, and they are labels granted to products with specific characteristics that are linked to their geographical origin. I mean, I call it a surprising example because geographical indications are maybe the last institution that would have come to my mind when I was thinking about local cooperation a few years ago. But I think it's an important example because we observe an exceptional number of high cooperation cases in the Greek wine sector, so much more so than in other sectors. And I think one of the reasons for that is because the EU system of protected designations of origin, so the PDO system, is actually so effective at fostering local cooperation. So how does it do that? Briefly, it creates strong incentives for adopting local rules about quality, as a product needs to have very specific production rules to be eligible for a PDO label, and this helps to solve collective action problems that usually inhibit quality upgrading in other sectors, for instance. So I have in the slide a quote from the president of Santorini's wine cooperative. Santorini is one of the most successful wine-producing areas of Greece. So he says, getting a PDO was important for us because it requires that you're organized, that you have all those elements that we were lacking until then. So the creation of institutions, services, rules. Those rules are not imposed from above, but they're created by the group applying for PDO status. Thirdly, the EU requires member states to set up dedicated administrative structures and multiple layers of controls to ensure that the local rules are followed, which makes a huge difference in terms of the credibility of the quality upgrading effort because it reduces cheating. Fourthly, as one of my interviewees in the wine sector said, the EU always, and especially as time goes by, prioritizes team projects when it comes to funding. And then finally, the agricultural legislation makes it very difficult for a new winemaker to enter the local market and benefit from the good reputation that has been created while cheating on the quality rules. And this is also considered very important on the ground. So what about cohesion policy? Cohesion policy has often been very successful at subsidizing the upfront cost of cooperation. One of my other case studies is a remote mountainous Greek village that revived against all odds through alternative tourism, and cohesion policy funding through multiple programs was very central to that result. Community-led local development programs, such as the LEADER program, have also created important opportunities for local stakeholders to formulate joint plans, although these are very specific programs, and actually LEADER was part of agricultural policy in the last programming period. So I'm wondering if, thinking creatively, can cohesion policy adopt some more of the characteristics of a facilitative overarching institutional framework and become even more effective at fostering local cooperation? For example, could more cohesion policy programs take into account the effect of macro-level policy design on local cooperation, particularly when they are addressed to regions with many small firms, where that type of cooperation is important? And secondly, for the community-led programs, could we strengthen the requirements for defining locally agreed plans and rules to avoid situations of funding individual projects that end up not working so well together? Thirdly, could enforcement focus not just on how transparently the funds are spent, but also on how local beneficiaries honor their local cooperation commitments? And then finally, can we leverage potential synergies between cohesion policy and domestic or other EU policies in order to promote local cooperation more successfully in the end? So for instance, could regional authorities be encouraged to make proposals about what domestic macro-level institutions would also need to change in order to promote local cooperation in the region more effectively? So, thank you very much for listening, and if you're interested in learning more about how local leadership and macro-level policies can help foster local cooperation in adverse circumstances, there was a policy paper that came out last week, so you can have a look at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Kira. Of course, the presentation would have been better if you had brought some of the wine for us to taste. Jokes aside, can we have one comment? We need to speed up a little bit, but I think there should be some, feedback. Please, Anna.
Yeah, quickly. And again, as you can see, my mind frame is set on the next steps, on the future, and how you can use that for the what you can use getting out of your PhD and then postdoc in order for the next step. I think that what would be interesting in order to get closer and more concrete recommendations when it comes to the policy is it would be interesting to have a look at the specific instruments that are part of the policy, like the territorial instruments that have been introduced, and you could have integrated territorial instruments. You could have a look at the community-led development projects. You could have a look even at the latest, because these are really micro projects under the Just Transition Fund. So I think that these type of examples are going to get you closer to what the policy does, and then from what you have studied, draw further conclusions of how to, what other things, because that's the bottom line research question. What else can cohesion policy do? Because we're doing lots of things, but there are still limitations on the ground. There are still, things that are how the innovative part of it would be indeed to link what you have done with what the policy is proposing, and to see what else can actually be done on top, just to, for the policy for the future to actually be more effective when it comes to local cooperation and integrating the bottom-up approach. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the floor? Okay, so this was more of a suggestion. I don't know if you want to react to that or.
Thank you. It's a helpful point. Yes.
Do you want to introduce the next?
Yeah. Well, I think just a comment on that. It's again about how much a policy should or can be prescriptive vis-a-vis what happens on the ground, and I don't have an answer to that. So I think this is something that deserves to be further analyzed in the broader issue of smart specialization strategies, for example, where the Commission was prescriptive enough. I think there have been examples of success. That prescription or the prescriptive approach helped and worked, and other examples where it actually didn't. So I think that indeed this is a topic that deserves further research, further attention, and that would be beneficial, as Anna says, for the future steps to be taken. Sorry to take this. I just go immediately to Rami Shamsin, who'll be talking about thematic. Green social and thematic bonds.
Absolutely.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to present part of my PhD research that I've done at the University of Sheffield at the Department of Urban Studies and Planning, and I currently work for the University of Greenwich. So the research is mainly about how capable are local and regional authorities, and mostly to the extent of other sub-sovereign authorities, to enable them to fund their infrastructure projects independent from any financial support. And here comes the review and In England, specifically, the post-2010, where a comprehensive spending review resulted in more reductions in central government support for subnational authorities, and they had to reduce significantly their grants directed to any sub-sovereign entity. And at the same time, post the global financial crisis, there was pressure to promote more growth, while at the same time grants and subsidies are being reduced, simultaneously where demand for more social services have been growing ever. With the drop in funding and with the lack of income sources accessible by local and regional authorities, banks as well, post the global financial crisis, they were not so happy in being exposed to long-term funding and financing to local authorities, and therefore they had to look for more innovative sources to fund their infrastructure projects. And here comes municipal bonds. In its definition, a municipal bond is a kind of debt instrument issued by subnational authorities to fund specific projects such as building a road or a hospital and paying back the interest and the debt over a certain period of time. Now, how municipal bonds are being perceived by investors? They are perceived as a safe and low income, low risk instrument, because at the end of the day they are lending a well-known subnational entity, and they are highly likely not to go into liquidity in the future. They are tax exempt, and that to a certain level compensate the low returns for the investors. And finally, they allow longer maturities, which to a certain level fits with how certain funds who are investing in bonds, such as insurance and pension funds, would like to buy those instruments and leave them in the drawer for 20, 25 years until they mature while receiving their interest over the years. From the issuer perspective, they allow larger borrowing that suits mega projects. They allow more tailored funding because you are setting the terms and conditions attached to each one of them. They are efficient because they are associated with a large amount of benchmark borrowing, which stands to around £250 million. They are allowing stability, unlike lender options, borrower options, where it's subject to review every 5 years. And finally, they allow a very specific feature, which is delayed repayment, where you don't have to pay interest and installments right away after you take the debt. You can pause it for 3-4 years until the project starts to generate some income. The barriers that the literature suggests are defined in 5. The first one is the cost, because issuing a bond is a complicated process that entails having solicitors and market makers. There are uncertainty because there is a certain time frame, which is normally 6-month time, whether you're going to get the price that you were promised with, or whether there will be a certain demand on your bonds. Again comes the creditworthiness and the credit rating, that it's subject to credit rating agencies granting local and subnational authorities. Transparency, engaging with the financial markets, require quite a lot of disclosure on time and in terms of quality, how frequent it's going to be, and whether local authorities can meet such standards. And finally, due to the previous point where the buyers of such bonds are large pension funds, they tend to buy it and leave it with them until it matures. So the secondary market has very little liquidity, which means that there is little information to compare the instruments against each other and whether to understand how much the value of them at a certain point of time after the issuance. My research aim was to understand whether green, social, and other thematic bonds can assist local authorities to overcome certain barriers, and what's the impact of thematic bonds on such barriers in the market. The methods are used the historical institutionalism theory, whereby there was an explanatory, descriptive questions, such as where do they work, how do they work, and what context they work better in. A case study that is England compared to Sweden, because they share a couple of characteristics. And I used qualitative methods that applies semi-structured interviews with a wide range of stakeholders, such as local authorities, credit rating agencies, and market makers. And finally, try to analyze and finalize the details to generalize the outcomes. The findings of my research suggested that Aggregators such as the UK Municipal Bond Agency will help in overcoming 4 or 5 of the barriers, but that's not available in every certain country. Market makers such as banks, they will help in overcoming certainty, transparency and liquidity. Nonetheless, issuing green and thematic bonds and with social output bonds would allow local authorities to overcome credit rating because it's perceived positively and will enhance the level of credit rating. It would allow a higher level of certainty due to the high demand in the market from buyers to widen their portfolio and include more social and green investments in their portfolio. And due to the high demand, they're expected that the cost will be brought down, making them more efficient. And finally, being in the green and social environment, demands issuers to be more transparent, to show the movement of the funds, which pressurize local authorities to be more transparent and issue more reports accordingly. The policy takeaways from my research is that municipal bonds are another tool in the toolbox for local authorities, where it enables them to disconnect from what is not certain, the funds from central and other governments, and provide them with access to the financial markets. Financial markets, when bonds are the topic, require either a strong market makers base or the availability of an aggregator who can pool different issuances at the same time. Nonetheless, social, green, and thematic bonds allow issuers to overcome at least 4 out of 5 barriers, and they pose more risk associated with secondary market liquidity due to the fact that those who buy them see them as preferable investment, and therefore they are unlikely to release them in the market again. But at the same time, 4 out of the 5 barriers would be overcome using green and social bonds. It was a challenge fitting all the PhD in 7 minutes, but hopefully that resonates with you. Thank you so much, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Rami. Any questions from the audience? Anna, yes. You're great, Anna.
Phone with me. No, it's again more of a comment or a question. The question is: have you ever thought of linking a little bit your research and seen a little bit towards when you link it to the policy, also look at the financial instruments approach of the policy and whether it fits with that? Because indeed the financial instruments approach as proposed by the policy goes in the direction of what you were describing with the municipal bonds, and especially in this current period where even though of course the core business model of the policy is grants, a business in my parallel universe as working at the Commission, not business in your reality. It's to actually push further member states and the regions to go towards this type of, like alternative financial instruments solutions, and be less dependent on grants, like further develop the capacity, and especially at the local municipal level to be able to build that capacity. So that's a question, a comment, and also a suggestion for further research.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. Sally.
Thank you. Great summary in 7 minutes. I think the elephant in the room might be what has just happened, particularly in the UK with the mini budget, when the very safe bonds became very risky. And I would just love you to comment on any damage that you think that has done to future bond issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Maybe a comment from my side. It's about the issue of replicability of the UK example in other continental, I would say, European economies, not in particular with regard to municipalities, but with regard to the sophistication of the financial system of the banking system, and therefore, well, this is a suggestion or even a question. If you have thought about more sophisticated financial instruments or bonds that are not related to one single municipality, but for example, to a basket of projects included in cohesion policy operational programs, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much time I have to respond to the questions, but
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay. Yeah, so certainly, Anna, your comment is something that I thought of, and it was part of my dissertation working on how engagement of local authorities within the financial market will be seen as an impact of financialization, and whether they are neglecting their social role by engaging with the financial market and maybe being more driven by profit making to satisfy credit rating agencies. But at the end of the day, grants are not guaranteed and they are reduced over time, and therefore they have to go there, like maybe what happened with the housing associations, again in England and across Europe. So it's a path that seems to be coming anyway, so they have to address the capability of engagement with the financial markets. And on the comment of the mini budget, you had to bring it, and it's something that caused a lot of damage, not only for the sub-sovereign bond market, but as well on the sovereign one. But I think it's a trend where if the UK government borrowing costs would go up, then certainly sub-national government borrowing costs will go up, because in reality, none of the sub-sovereign entities will be granted a better credit rating than the UK government, because it's seen as riskier, and then they are dependent on the UK support. So I think the damage is going to take a couple of years to recover from what happened in the said mini budget, albeit it's nothing near being mini budget. And on the comment of maybe trying to think about a wider framework that's applicable maybe to the EU. The framework that I've done compares England to Sweden, and it's kind of allows generalizability to a certain level, but maybe hasn't been linked to certain infrastructure projects. But maybe that's the next step for my research. But that's a good idea. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rami Shamsin. So now I pass the floor directly to Ruggero Cefalo, who will talk about labor market integration in the EU regions, and it's a co-authored piece with two of his colleagues. Please, Ruggero.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for having me. So in my presentation, I will present some results of a research period that circled around this topic, so this youth labor market integration topic. And I will motivate why it is relevant, crucial to look at youth labor market integration when talking about cohesion. I will show you some results from our research and try to reflect on some policy implications in 7 minutes. So when we talk about youth labor market integration, we are talking about this period of transition between education and work and employment. And we like to depict it with this picture, so with this image of a sort of a labyrinth where there are risks and opportunities waiting for young people and not predefined trajectories. Now, it's a crucial social issue, while we know that, for instance, youth unemployment is very cyclical, so it's very sensitive to the economic cycle. Young people are strongly affected by economic downturns due to last in, first out effects. We also know that difficulties during the school-to-work transition can have long-lasting scarring effects, and therefore can impact the risk of social exclusion, labor market insertion, also later in life, and therefore having even an impact in terms of political discontent and cohesion. However, in research on school-to-work transition, we noticed that the major of research is actually at the national level. The main idea is to compare countries or groups, clusters, regimes of countries. Therefore, here are the research questions that were guiding our activity, our research projects. First of all, we try to understand, okay, does the regional scale matter when looking at youth labor market integration? Do we find some substantial subnational variation? And what can we say in terms of drivers, so factors that have an effect on this variation and help to explain this variation? In the presentation, I will just be quick look and give some descriptive evidence mostly and some zoom in on socioeconomic drivers. So in order to answer the question, we constructed a composite indicator of youth labor market integration, the ILMI index. We used a limited number of indicators because we wanted the index to be easy in terms of interpretation. And as you can see, it goes from 1 to 10. Lower values mean low integration, so higher level of unemployment, NEET rates, low employment with respect to medium and high qualification, slower and difficult transitions. High integration, instead, is signified by low unemployment and NEET rates, higher employment, and faster and smooth transitions. Now, we mapped out the index across the timeline of 2004 to 2018. These are the average values at NUTS2 level. And as you can see, we find a mix of country and intra-country variations. So there is a group of regions and countries that tend to perform better in Central and Northern Europe especially. And then we have also groups of regions, especially for Southern Europe, where the index scores are actually low. We can also look at what happened across time. So what happens in terms of changes in the index and in the integration of young people in the labor market between 2005 and 2018. And we will see that regions from the Southern Europe saw their condition worsening, while several regions from the Eastern Europe saw the index actually improving due to a combination of factors that relate, for example, to entrance in the European Union and migration flows. Now a quick zoom in into the drivers of the index values. And here, these are the coefficients from the regression analysis. We can find, and this is in our opinion interesting, a positive effect of the demand of work, of the status of the conditions of the labor market, also in terms of knowledge-intensive demand of work, and an inconsistent or slightly negative effect of educational qualifications, with some indications that here we are looking into groups of regions, so there is some inconsistency. Does it mean that education doesn't matter in terms of youth labor market integration at regional level? Well, no, and this is not our interpretation. However, it's not only about educational investment, it's not only about the number of qualifications that are created. In our opinion, there is a need to look more into specific policies and institutional arrangements at regional and national and European level. So just some quick policy implications to close. What do the results show? Well, the descriptive analysis show the signs of an unequal geography of opportunities. There is a subnational variation below the country level that runs the risk of fueling or having an impact on social exclusion and political discontent. We're talking about young people, so we're also talking about the future of the European Union, and we have to project also our view into the future. In our opinion, we need a place-sensitive approach, which is, I understand, quite easy to say in a cohesion policy conference, in order to address this variation and to avoid context-blind and one-size-fits-all policies. The point is, there is no easy fix, in our opinion. And the idea is to try to find a balance between territorial sensitivity and the coordinating instances at a higher level. In our paper, we talk about the necessity of a regulatory frame that provides criteria and resources in order to foster equal opportunities for youth in diverse territories and regions. And this is the idea that is quite strongly used also in multi-level governance, the idea of calibrated positive subsidiarity. So the idea of this balance between the territorial sensitivity, the sensitivity with respect to the variation at territorial level, and the regulatory frame of standards and resources. Now, I understand I put quite a lot and I ran quite a lot, so in case you want to get into the research, these are the papers that I was talking about in terms of research results. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much, Ruggero, for your fascinating presentation and for keeping to time like your previous colleagues. Again, I'm sure there are comments from the floor. So shall I just pass the floor directly to the one? Seriously, Anna? No? Some other comments? No comments, there must be some. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thomas Schaap from Bertelsmann Stiftung. Great presentation, looks like great papers, plural. Just a minor comment on the effect of education. Did you also consider non-tertiary education? And if so, is the effect different, especially when we are talking about rural region, where maybe tertiary education is not the most important education?
Are there any other? Yes. Good.
Thank
and
you.
then Laura.
But very, very short. So this is more related to the skills part, yeah, because there is going to be a lot of money that is going to be channeled in the skills part of the policy, and then the support of that through the different funds. And is there in the research that you're doing, do you have a specific angle when you're looking at that part of that specific part of how to treat it in the, you know, like in the social education conditions for further investments and for further integration of youth into the labor market?
Just it's a comment that links to the previous one, was about like what you told about the puzzling result of the tertiary educated. Sometimes even in growth regressions, the tertiary educated don't come up a sensitive factor into growth. So it's something as a top, it's an issue. What type of tertiary education did you get? Because everything is in a bundle, can be like something that it's prone to spur growth or not, or it's like spendable on the labor market. So maybe even by using like the amount of, so those who have a secondary education, which can be a vocational one, can maybe better explain the passage to the labor market. And in some system you can see, I mean, I know that the German case is the one where you have like a transition between the higher education, the labor market. It's very like, it's notoriously well functioning. So maybe that could explain why you have these results for the German, where they seem to be. And also, when I was previously working on employment data, I remember they always talk about looking at unemployment rate, but also unemployment ratio sometimes for youth, because that can reflect the different labor market structure for youth, where in some countries, like the Nordic countries, they tend to apply to be like active, because of all the, while in some other countries they are not active. So when you, in the denominator, you have the active labor market, you try to inflate in some cases, like I think for the Swedish country, at a certain point the youth unemployment rate was exploding just because they're active, while in other Mediterranean countries they tend not to be active, they have youth. But I don't know if you have like time series for that, I remember.
Thank you, Laura. I'll add one comment. I was wondering whether you considered out-migration as well. So when I was looking at the figures for the south of Italy, it's clear that a lot of youth actually migrate out of their regions to study sometimes, but certainly to work when they're highly qualified. And of course that, makes the performance of those regions worse. So I just wanted to know if you considered that. So 1 minute to reflect on all these points.
Okay, I will try. So, thanks a lot for the comments, which are very interesting. I will try to give an answer to the indicator choice. We looked into tertiary education, so share of tertiary educated on the total of the population for age 30-34 or for, I think, 25-64. So we did not look into upper secondary education because in that paper we were testing skill biotechnological change, and so we really wanted to look at a higher level of qualifications. However, we plan to look more into the different levels because some of the results also suggest that there are groups of regions and groups of regions that in which education at different levels have different effects on the integration of young people in the labor market. So this is something, let's say, to come. We use the youth unemployment ratio in building the index exactly because of what you said, because we try to eliminate the distortion with respect to institutional differences in the education system and therefore inactivity rates. Oh, absolutely. it's actually a very pertinent observation. In terms of migration, we test some variables and some indicators, but we didn't find significant results. It's probably a compensation effect, in our opinion. So in some situations, you have, for example, migration towards other countries and other regions, and this has the effect of lowering the competition for jobs in the regions, and therefore, in a way, the index gets a bit better. This is what we see, for instance, in some eastern regions, to a lesser extent, actually, in Italy. We will have to get a bit more into the analysis of these dynamics. One way to do this, in my opinion, maybe because of my background of institutionalist and policy analysis, is exactly to go from quantitative analysis into more fine-grained institutional analysis of skill formation systems or skill formation ecosystems below the national level, because that kind of analysis is, of course, has a lesser comparative range, but it has the potential to go into the mechanism, the circularity of the actors that are involved, and therefore getting some more in-depth information. We published a paper on this, but it is in Italian, and it was on a comparison between Italy and Austria. I didn't include it here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now we move to the final presentation of this session from Milad Abbassi-Rofte about greening EU regions. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank you for staying here till the last presentation. So during the multiple talks today, we heard about the importance of the green transition for in the context of the cohesion policy. So today I'm going to talk about this specific aspect of a specific aspect of the cohesion policy, if you will. So this is the result of my postdoc project at the Utrecht University with my two former colleagues, Carolina Castaldi and Sergio Petralli. So just to motivate my talk, I would say we can see green specialization as a window of opportunity for lagging and, as some colleagues already talked about, development trap regions. Of course, when we talk about specialization, we can talk about technological specialization. We can also talk about specialization in product and services or production application sites. But what we see in practice, most studies in economic geography, regional studies, literature focus on the technological side. Maybe the reason is it's more straightforward to work with patent data, inventions, and we don't have that much data on the application side. To remedy this situation, we used and utilized the trademark filing in Europe. And well, as a side note, it's relatively easy to identify green inventions, but it's not that easy to find green trademarks, basically green products and services in the market. So we use machine learning techniques to identify those trademarks based on their descriptors of goods and services. Okay. So having this sort of data, patent data and trademark data, we are able to map European regions on this quadrant. So basically, this is one snapshot in 2015, and you can see we can identify regions that are doing very well in terms of introducing technological solution, green technological solution. Also, we can see regions that diffuse or introduce green products and services in the market. And the regions that are good at both sides would be green tech and market leaders, as we identified here. So since we have data from early 2000s up to 2020, we can also categorize regions over time. And this is very interesting. I think, as you might expect, this is a very path-dependent phenomenon. So if your region is in the follower category, it's very likely that the region remains in this category. And we can actually estimate that numerically it's about 90%, the probability is about 90% that region remains in this category. So I think in the context of cohesion policy, it would be very interesting to ask, okay, what factor would help regions? So how policymakers could help the region to basically make this transition from the follower category to other, one of these other three categories. So to answer this question, we need to answer maybe another question, which is what technologies policymakers should target, should promote in order to see these technologies, these promoted technologies leading to greener products and services. And we do not have a systematic way of tracking technologies in the market. So as I started my postdoc position about 2 years ago in Utrecht, Carolina, Sergio, and I thought about this problem and we tried to solve this. So I would like to skip the whole technical part. I would be happy to discuss this after the session. We use machine learning techniques to, and used millions of patents, titles, and abstract, and also about 2 million trademark filings, descriptors, to identify a statistically significant relation between technological and goods and service classes. So you can see one example based on the key terms. You can see we could find some relations that technologies might contribute to a specific kind of product and service. Okay, so with that, I would like to say we can do the same for digitalization. So here I talk about green capabilities, but the same can be done for digitalization of AI capabilities, and that would enable us for the first time to create the European Observatory on the joint green and digital transition, or the so-called twin transition. So this has at least two advantages in my view. First, researchers and policymakers can identify and target those technologies that contribute to AI or green products and services. And the second advantage, I guess, is that we can assess policy. So assume there's a policy in 2022, and in 5 years we can again map this region portfolio and see whether the policy helped region to basically depart from its previous goods and services trajectory, basically. Okay, so this is my last slide. I would like to end with further information if you are interested. So the project is finished, but you can read about the final report on the webpage of the European Patent Office, or the funder of the project. And if you're busy, you can listen to the podcast about the same project. And hopefully soon the data will be available. So I hope, yeah, I can go back. So the data based on what I showed will be available soon. So we are going to upload it on an open access repository, so all policymakers and researchers can use the data. And the method, also the script will be also shared, so you can do that in multiple times, multiple snapshots in time, so you can create your own concordance based on how market and technologies would evolve over time. With that, I would like to thank you, and I would be happy to hear your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comment or question from the audience, or from Anna, maybe?
I'm not trying to monopolize, so if there are other people, please. For me, one of the main questions, and I guess that I will have to go to the podcast or to go more into details, but I would say that maybe just here very quickly is the research. Have you found examples, and which, if you can give one or two examples of peripheral regions that did manage to specialize, you know, this what you call niche specializations. So that would be very interesting, because this is one of the core questions of how we are going, you know, like to formulate the policy, and especially to concentrate on not just the challenges of peripheral regions, but also how they turn these challenges into opportunities, because that's
again, bottom line question, how to pass from being, you know, like peripheral region with structural and newly emerging challenges, how to pass to that to a, you know, like successful niche of specialization and development. Yeah. So this is, so if you have a couple of examples, I think that would be, put more flesh to the bones when it comes to the presentation and the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Any other comment, question from the audience? No? Actually, Anna, you have stolen my thunder in the sense that I actually I actually would have liked to put the same kind of question about leapfrogging. So whether you, I mean, this issue of in this broader topic of territorial twin transition or territorial green transition, you have bumped into examples of regions that have managed or are, in your view, on the right track to leapfrog the innovation curve, or whether this is something to be further investigated indeed.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So yeah, exactly. So we are working on a paper basically on this idea. So you might have heard about, you know, entry and exit model that is commonly used in the related diversification literature. So we are using this to see, okay, what can explain basically entering or exiting from one category, especially follower category. Just to give you an example, it's very uncommon to jump from follower category to market and technology leader. So there's one very strange case of Vienna, which is not a peripheral region, but we see this region jumps from follower category to the best category, let's call it, and jump back. So we need to, you know, explore what's going on there, but it's not a common behavior. So like few regions do that. But what is more common is like moving from follower category to one of let's say transitionary phase before the market and technology leader. And I do not have a perfect example of this, but we are going to investigate that more systematically with this model to see, okay, what explains this. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so thank you very much. We are at the end of this session. We are just a little bit over time. So before passing the floor to Laura for the final, and then to Sally for the final remarks, I would like to thank you all. You have been amazing in respecting your time assignments, in going to the point, in putting in sharing new avenues, and this is exactly what we meant with this session. I would like to thank the audience. We so lively despite the late hour, and just a last word to all of you. Well, if you have time, just surf the web and check out our JLC vacancies website. You never know. Thank you, and Laura, please.
Well, I don't have any more things to add, except that I also would like to restate how great you have all been, and thanks the audience as well. And I also wanted to add that these, 6 presentations that we saw today are just a small portion of all the proposals that were received. So in a sense, it's no wonder that you were so good with keeping to time and putting the messages across, because you were the result of a very tough selection process, and it was a good selection process. So thank you, Anna, for organizing this panel. And the colleagues in the RSA, of course. So I'll pass on before clapping and thanking the speakers, I'll pass the floor to Sally.
Thank you. I would like to thank you all as well. I'd like to say to you that there were 20 people watching us all online. I kept an eye on the questions, so we were okay with that, but 20 people watching us online. I have a ton of photos. If you would like them, you need to give your mobile number to Lisa during the dinner, and then we'll do a WhatsApp group of all of you and we'll pass all the photos on. And then I think Laura wants a final word, and then I think we might be done.
I want to add to what Alessandro said. It's fun to work at the JRC after moving out from the university in terms of labor market transitions. I've done it. And then I moved to the Commission. I moved to the G region. JRC is the Commission. And then I moved back to the core. I moved to the core.
You moved to Brussels.
But it's fun.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all.